Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, the 1st of June, June the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know. Thank you, Mystic, or Tank, sorry. You can hear me, see my screen. So, Casa, I just assumed that NB meant nota bene. Note well that UCAR had an IPO. Anyway, guys, yeah, I posted UCAR right around here. I took it actually on a 5 break. So, I've traded some out, see what happens. The reason I did this is you can see that back in this week here, this is back in April, this was an IPO, I guess, and it did some craziness, got up to $75 before it completely and utterly collapsed. Had some news, some kind of a deal in Japan for UCAR. Well, Casa, though, you have to remember that it really comes from the Latin, nota bene. Okay. That's how I've always referred to it. NB is Latin, but okay. So, guys, I almost did the unthinkable yesterday. You know, I never, ever, ever take trades through earnings. Ooh, what's happening to my data here? Just give me a moment here, guys. I've just lost my. Guys, can still hear me? Okay. I'm having a data connections situation with my interactor broker, so I thought maybe that was affecting everything. Okay, so I almost did the unthinkable yesterday, and I almost took AI through earnings. And it's really funny, but you know, the little voice in the back of my head said, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." And earnings happened, and I got nuts. I should have, because look at this. It initially it popped up to $42, and then of course it just cratered, and now look at it down at 32. Hmm. I don't know, something happening with my data, guys. Hmm. So you guys can still hear me, right? Anyway, well, if you guys can still hear me, but I'm having a yeah, I don't. Are you guys having the same issue with anybody with Interactor Brokers losing your connection briefly? You hear that British gentleman telling you that your connection is lost. Anyway, lots more to talk about. So yeah, UCAR. Wow, so some kind of a Japanese deal. The one I'm intrigued about, and why I put a question mark about it, was the VCIG. Yeah, I did see the fact that it was $130 million, 130 million US. Oops. Give me a moment. Okay, so VCIG. So there was some news this morning, and of course, this one also popped up to about 24 or $25 earlier this month. And yeah, we're engaged as a consultant for approximately $130 million for a project in Malaysia. Now, this only has a $2 million float. So something's haywire here. It can't be that they're getting the money all up front. Maybe it's spread over, 100 years. I don't know. That's why I put a question mark after it. Wilds, WLDS. Of course, they've got this deal. I guess they're created some kind of uh, a watch strap for Apple. This is news that's been out there for a little bit. And this is it. So wearable devices commences commercial manufacturing of the Mudra band for Apple Watch. So that is WLDS. Hey, good morning, Real. Lucid. Lucid knocked down on a financing. Lucid, LCID knocked down on a financing. I think they're raising something like $3 billion or so. So knocked down big on a financing. There's Atto, guys. I'm just hearing Atto right now. ATTO. ATTO. This is, of course, one that was flying high a couple of days ago, got up to 350 or so. MDU. Now, this is gap down on very low volume. Yeah, the volume is only 21,000 shares, and this is an Is this an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't see the news. This is okay, it's a spin-off. Okay, this is what's happened, guys. Okay, so this is a spin-off. They've completed the spin-off from MDU. Okay. So so they spun off, I guess, a part of the company that is now trading under as KNF. Let's see what KNF is doing. Not bad. OKTA, a lot of earnings plays actually, guys. A lot of earnings plays. OKTA, another earnings play. A moment, guys. Okay, OKTA. Boy. Okay, let's take a look at Chewy first. Okay, so Chewy's an earnings play. CHYW. Chewy is an earnings play. Something's going haywire with these charts for me. Again, I'm kind of forced to try them out, test them. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, just give me one moment. Anyway, Chewy is an earnings play, guys. But I got to get a see if I can load these charts now. I might have to change. Something has really gone wrong here. Properties, symbol linking, yes. Hmm. Hey, let's get back to Chewy here, guys. So let's take a look at the daily chart for Chewy. And so there's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. To me, it might come into a little bit of a resistance around 36. My bias, of course, is to short these things. This has been in a downtrend for many, many days. And yeah, it's had, I guess, a surprise earnings, maybe guidance. Man, oh man, look at Khan. Khan is I don't think we have Khan in Canada, but boy, oh boy, this is an all-time low now. It's an earnings play, not very much volume, but this is an earnings play and getting obliterated. Well, has been getting obliterated over the last few months and years, I guess. LXRX doing a financing, and the financing's at 260. LXRX doing a financing at 260. Let's see if that holds. 240 is the approximately 240 is the 200-day moving average. Well, we looked at Victoria's Secret yesterday, VSCO, and here's our answer. VSCO. I was waiting for a 20 break. It happened, but not big enough. Anyway, earnings after hours yesterday, and now this is another one, all-time low for Victoria's Secret, FCSO. No, actually, let me revisit AI, guys. AI. So somebody said there's a bunch of maintained underperformed by Bank of America. Okay, I don't see a price range or a price target. Let's see, Piper Sandler 29. Okay, so a little bit higher. I think Morgan Stanley though has it at 20. Okay, Bank of America raising it to 18 from 16. Big deal. Okay. Anyway, just got thumped after hours, guys. MNPR was up. MNPR was up on what was the reason? MNPR was up phase 1B. So highly skeptical of this will hold. MNPR. QSG, here's a China stock, which is a earnings play. QSG gapped up to 1460. This is an earnings play, China stock. A few days ago, this got up to almost 30. Probably a low float. Yeah, 2.9 million in the float. Dollar General, DG. A lot of little not this is not a little one, but there are quite a few earnings plays still. Dollar General is an earnings play. DG, big gap down on earnings for Dollar General. DG, big gap down. Crowdsource, CRWD, gap down on not CrowdStrike, not crowdsource, CrowdStrike, gap down on earnings also. And then you guys are talking about CRM, Salesforce. Yeah, pretty big gap down. Yeah, it's almost 7% gap down on earnings. Another earnings play is VEEV, which gapped up on earnings. Has room still. 189. Looks like 189 is the next high looking left for VEEV. And I didn't talk about REUN. This is a buyout, guys. REUN is a buyout being taken private. Yeah, but CASA, I'm just reading your note. I think Latin was before Spanish. Anyway, I've always known it as nota bene. My 1 year of Latin in high school. All right, let's take a look at just one moment though. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting happening. Well, we have a fairly big list of each one. And guys, by the way, whoa, whoa. Keep an eye. This was one from yesterday, right? Keep an eye on this one. This is the one from yesterday that got thumped down. Still a whole bunch of downgrades for AAAP. I see one, two, three, four. I see four downgrades for AAP. This is the one from yesterday, had earnings. Okay, and got hammered down. So I would keep an eye on this one, including, as I say, we've got Goldman, JP Morgan, Raymond James, and Bank of America. Okay. We also have a couple of downgrades for OKTA, which is an earnings play, right? OKTA is an earnings play. Yes. A couple of downgrades for from JP Morgan and BMO. But look at AAP. AAP is being downgraded by four more firms. So let me get them in. Excuse me. First, look at the upgrades in. There are multiple upgrades. In other words, a stock being upgraded by multiple firms. CNE off the top. This is about the most active I've seen the upgrade downgrade list in a while. KC, I think that's that cloud service, KC Kingsoft Cloud. KC has been upgraded by Goldman. I do see the upgrade for AI from Wedbush, but they're definitely bucking the trend. Okay, now I'll get the downgrades in. Just a few more to go. There's a downgrade for AI from Davidson. Not sure I know what people were expecting in terms of earnings yesterday for AI, but obviously better than whatever they reported. Or give me a moment. All right, guys, let's see. We're in for a mildly positive open. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Wasn't able to do this yesterday. Had that issue with no sound in YouTube. So from the toolbar, I clicked on new and then dock to channel bar. Now I'm going to click on sector status. And what you're seeing here are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so yesterday that was about 100% down. So I guess oil has had a mini rally or something. Let's take a look is anything else. Communications, 85%. But more importantly, what I always like to do, if I have the time, is take a look at the major sectors and compare them to their 200-day moving averages. So again, there is the 200-day moving average, the green bar for XLE, or green bar, the green line on my daily chart. That's a 200-day, and you can see that steadily, XLE, the energy sector has been moving away, moving down. Retail. Let's take a look at retail. So there's one major sector below the 200-day. Retail, the same thing, moving away. Two major sectors. Consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, so 3 days ago, it touched the 200-day, could not break through it, and it is still down below the 200-day moving average. So that's three. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Another one now had a little rebound yesterday, but again, basically kind of moving away. That's four. So the first four major sectors. Let's take a look at industrials, XLI. So there's an oh moment. Industrials has been, well, been flirting with that 200-day for a while, and look at it now. So it did break down below it. It looks like it's sort of right at it right now, 97.24, just a little bit below, but that's five. First five major sectors. And we know financials are going to be below. XLF, yeah, we know that's six, guys. I mean, this is about discretionary. XLY, I think, is the one that surprises me. Yeah, I would have thought discretionary would be below, but anyway, so that's the first one that is above. Let's take a look at materials. Materials. Boy, I mean, so there's only one, and I know that communications and technology will be above, but most of the major sectors now are below the 200-day moving average and moving down from it. Why do I, talk about the 200-day moving at? Look at communications, very, very strong still. And technology, XLK, should be very strong still. Yeah, a couple of down days, but I mean, again, way above the 200-day. And the 200-day moving average is a great barometer for individual stocks and sectors, to make it really simple, below bad, above good. Remember yesterday, Billy guys, BILI was had gap down yesterday and now continues down. Before we pronounce this one moving down even further, how about taking a look at KWEB? You look at the China ETF. Well, okay, so so Billy is kind of trading on its own right now. Here's the ETF for China for most of the China stocks. So KWEB is basically flat, but Billy is weak. BILI is weak. Hey guys, so I still have some of my UCAR left. I took it on that five break. I almost took it a little earlier, but I was, well, I should have taken it earlier actually, but I got distracted. But took it on the five break. Was able to trade some out around the 550 mark. I'm going to see what happens now. And again, I think all traders are looking at right now is that one day in April. I think it was just about one day when it popped up to $75. Ah, also, guys, I did another kind of crazy thing, and now I think I told you that I almost took the AI through earnings, and then that little. Luckily, my inner inside my mind said, "No, don't do it. Okay, you must obey your trading plan, which is not to take anything through earnings." So the little voice inside my head, that's what I wanted to say. So I didn't do it. I took a wild swing at SDA at around 29. Okay. No, obviously I didn't take very many shares. This is one that got up to about $43 yesterday, and got a got a nice reward. This one actually popped up to $47 right at 4 o'clock. I didn't hold on till all that. I actually sold some out around 35 and 38. It was halted at 38, I believe, or 37, and then it popped up. Anyway, this got up to $60 pre-market SDA, while of course it's incredibly risky. Yeah, just call me Sybil, real. Additive manufacturing, Buru, okay, Buru, Buru. Oh, so this is a sub $1 stock. Shame on you. Only when she's hungry, Grumpus. Okay, guys, I'm just watching UCAR. I'm watching UCAR. Again, I still have some. Wanting to see if it can take out the pre-market high, which is around 560. Holding pretty well. Low float, 7.4 million. Did have some news, something to do with Japan. A deal to develop initiatives relating to marketing, research, etc. in Japan. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, we have less than a minute for this open before the market opens at 9:30 Eastern, of course. Oh, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Pre-market pre-market is a bit of a rarity for me, but I'll do it every now and then. So let me just get rid of this. PSTG. I saw Real mentioning this one. It's an earnings play. Okay. There are a lot of earnings plays. A lot more than I would have, and companies that I've kind of heard of. So there's PSTG and Credo, CRDO just snuck in here. It's another earnings play. So look at this, a couple more little earnings plays. Now we have 4, 3, 2, and 1. We're now open. Well, look at Billy, guys. Billy just showing up right off the bat. Now, I won't take this one immediately, because I don't like to trade in the first 15. But Billy showed up right off the bat on my 10-day daily breakdown. But look what happened. It got down to 1450 and it popped right back up to 15. Things can be very wild in the first, certainly in the first minute, but even in the first 15 minutes. What's happening with uranium, guys? UEC, uranium. Take a look. Let's take a look at the uranium ETF, which is URA. URA. So something's happening with uranium. And let's take a look. I know a couple of days ago, CCJ, which is, I guess, the leader in all this, yeah, had a big down day and then a pop yesterday. Okay, guys, out of the UCAR, out of the UCAR. Now I'm going to keep an eye on UCAR for later on in case it takes out in case it takes out this 550 mark again. Okay. NXT, this is probably this is another uranium play, guys. So something's going on with uranium right now. Okay, right now something's going on with uranium. Okay, the market is now actually has gapped down somewhat. Nas is down a little. SPY is down a little. Dow is down. Nordstrom's. I didn't mention Nordstrom's, guys. JWN actually was earnings and not bad. Though I'm skeptical about any of these ones that are going to pop up and maintain, especially a retailer. Now, PSTG coming into a really critical area here, I think. The next high looking left looks like around 3245, 3245. And what did it get to? It got up to 3250. If it can take up that 3245, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 36. AI started to move down. I wonder if it's shortable for me today. No. And you know what? This is exactly why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at that. Look at Billy. I mean, I talked about it in the pre-market. It was definitely moving down, whereas the overall China market did not appear to be. Had an alert at 1470, right at 930. But I don't like to trade in the first 15. And look what happened. I mean, it got down to 1440 and it basically bounced a dollar. Billy was an earnings play. Didn't realize that. Okay, thank you. Didn't realize that Billy was an earnings play. Yeah, you're right. Billy's an earnings play pre-market. Look at the market. Look at this sell-off on the SPY right now, guys. All right. Well, Chewy's actually Chewy's moving higher here, guys. Now getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, 38.15. Less than $2, more than $1 away from the 200-day moving average for Chewy's, CHWY. Wild's on the move. This is this company that's manufacturing a watch strap for Apple. And this that was announced back here when the stock was 70 cents. That is how many days ago? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. Macy's, my type. Let's take a look. I'll tell you what is my type is Victoria's Secret. FC, excuse me, VSCO, earnings play, all-time low. Now, Macy's, yeah, I'm definitely interested in Macy's. The only problem I got with it is that it had that pop. So for it to take out the pre-market low, it's going to be a bit of a challenge perhaps. But this one, now again, I don't like the fact that they have these pops. Better had been if VSCO, Victoria's Secret, just kind of remained around, the 1750 mark and then moved down. But it did pop way up to 1870. So, but I'm definitely interested in. There's the ATTO. ATTO. Okay, now the problem could be, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 2 days ago, the high was around 352, and the 200-day is 369. So it has a little bit of room to those areas. Well, took that out, that little area out, 3251 for PSTG. It's had a great 3-week run. Well, I guess the fourth week from 22 to 32 for PSTG. And let me take a look at Macy's again. Some halts. CVNA halted on the way down. Halted on the way down. So yeah, it's popped up to 1440. Classic meme stock, I guess. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one. S&P global ratings upgrades. Okay, so they're pumping this little bit of news out. I don't know how important that is, but I guess it's worse than a downgrade. No shorts, real. No shorts for us for AI. They dried up yesterday. JW, you're taxing my Roman numerals again. What's that? 77. JW 77. Guys, Fro I saw in the pre-market. Fro in the pre-market, and this was an earnings play yesterday. Um, Actually got knocked down yesterday. 78. You're right. You're right. I missed the last I. 78. Yeah, QSG, I think you've got to be a little bit careful on it. I believe the float is pretty low. It's an earnings play. QSG is an earnings play. It popped up to 14, came right back down to 12 something. So, very, very, very risky. Yeah, certainly strong strength with this PSGG. Target raised to 36 from 32 by a Deutsche Bank. NCNO, this is a resumption. Didn't see the halt. Oh, there's the halt at 23.72. So NCNO still negative. So it got halted it was moving down, and then I guess on the pop up, it got halted. And I think I have shorts for SDA. Not that I want to pile into any shorts on SDA. Well, not anymore. I guess they've been taken. Yeah, there were shorts available earlier. For me, I'm talking for me, and this is Interactive Brokers. I can only okay, guys, UCAR. I think UCAR is trying to hold the VWAP of 5. Okay. What did it get to? Got down to 480. So it's flirting around with that VWAP at 5. All right, guys. So that so far the VWAP has held UCAR. I think if it can get over 550, it could have another run. Let me back this out. The next high, I believe on the daily chart, there's 535 is there, 549 is there, 586. Looks like 586. And if it can get through 586 and 887, okay, those are your highs on their daily chart for UCAR. So, but 550 is the first area to try to take out for UCAR, UCAR. Everyone halted, guys, on the way down, I guess. Yeah, PBLA halted on the way down. If you're seeing this Copen, guys, this is something I was just demonstrating how to use the simulator yesterday, and didn't exit this trade. I was showing you that if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it carries forward obviously the next day. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. I'll get into that a little bit later. All right, the first 15 minutes almost in the books. Now I can. One of the high flyers in the pre-market was MNPR. This is completely giving it up. MNPR, typical phase 1B. This is usually what used to happen. You get these stocks, these little bios, and they release some positive information, but it's phase 1 or phase 1B. And this is typically what used to happen almost all the time. But there was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So for that, if you had shorts available, you got up to 140, right back down to 1. That would have been a great short. UCAR now below 5 again. All right. I am going to stick a price alert for AI at the pre-market high. I think that's around 33.58. Just to see If you get the people who say, I don't care what those earnings were like, I'm going to buy this if it takes out the pre-market high. So I've stuck an alert right there, and we'll see what happens later on. Now, who's got shorts for UCAR, guys? Anybody other than if you have Centerpoint? How about E-Trade? William, do you have shorts for UCAR? E-Trade? There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. JWN, Nordstrom's now had the big, wow, look at that. Look at that. Had the big pop in the pre-market up to 1706. Looked pretty decent, but now it is not gone negative yet. But again, guys, retail is so weak. The overall sector is still weak. You're right. SDA faulted on the way up. Oh, just again, quick question. Anybody have shorts for UCAR at E-Trade? Trade. That's it. I'm going back to Questrade. Okay, thank you, He. Okay. The reason I say that is because the AI has suggested a short of UCAR at 506, and I cannot do it. And I was just wondering if E-traders could, and none at Schwab either. So probably not widespread availability, other than Questrade, the Canadian broker. I used to have Questrade. So what are the commissions now like at Questrade? Is it still $5 a trade? 4.95? Yeah, $5. Yeah. So they have not dropped their commissions. It's pretty it's interesting because those are the same commissions of about 7, 8, 9 years ago when I had them. MDU guys, well, okay, the volume has definitely picked up. This is not an earnings play. Oh, right. This is the spin-off. Okay, that's where it happened. And I think it was KNF. They spun off this company called, and the new company name, MDU still trades as MDU, but now this KNF is trading. I don't think there's any benefit, to go to a commission broker. That's, I mean, unless you don't trade very much and you're more swing trading, then it really doesn't matter. But I went with Interactive Brokers many years ago because of the availability of shorts. Now, every now and then I get surprised when somebody says, "Hey, Equestrade has shorts where IB doesn't," but that was the main reason. And then the lower commissions were just a bonus. Okay, guys, Wiles is starting to move up again now. WLDS starting to move up here. Yeah, I had a trade station a long time ago when they used to allow it in Canada. You had to take out an E-mini account or some kind of a futures account, and then even if you didn't trade it, but they would allow it. But that was many, many, many years ago. As far as IB is concerned, these platforms to me are just commodities. As long as it performs, I don't care what it looks like. Okay, guys. Okay, so PSTG finally had a bit of a pullback here from 34 down to 33.50. Chewy, the same thing. Chewy, CHWY, finally had a pullback, 37 down to 36. The UCAR definitely is all over the place here. The AI got another short for CXAI. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, nor how about E-Trade for CXAI? The reason I asked the question is that, those of you who want to use Brokers Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can only use Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. And if you're trying to trade the AI, not auto trade it, but just, look at the symbols and wanting to trade them, well, you couldn't do it with Brokers Plus. Okay, guys, OKTA now is another earnings play. I don't think it's got enough room. And when I say that, the 200-day moving average is right at 70. It's at 71.69 right now. So I wish that weren't there. If the next low looking left was the ominous 66.66, then that would be awesome. But I mean, to me, it could stall right at that 200-day moving average. Nope. See, that is real. Just a big dig to me. He's just digging at me, knowing that I could never short my buddies at Best Buy. Where could it go to 69.24? Let's take a look at the retail ETF, guys, and see how it's falling still. Yeah, here's that 200-day moving average. So look at the retail. Really, PJ, mine is an awesome place. Seriously, it is an awesome place. We're talking about my Best Buy. All right, guys. So I'm really maybe going to have to look at this OKTA. Maybe that 200-day won't hold it. UCAR is still flirting around that 5 level, guys. I mean, I really think that if it can get back up to 550, it could have another run. But okay, guys, OKTA. Took a little bit of that short. Okay, and the reason I'm doing it is from the AI, and it's an earnings play. And I'm not going to let this 200-day freak me out too much. If it gets down there, that's great. And pops, that's okay. No, I know. That's what we're talking about at weeks at the AI putting UCAR as a short. But if you're trying to use B plus to trade that, you can't because there are no shorts available. And I'd be wary of a short on that one anyway. Okay, let's take a closer look at Wild's WLDS. Closer look at it. Reason being, so there's the high of yesterday, 226. I'm going to stick an alert there, 226, because if it can take that out, I mean, the high right there is 236 on the weekly chart. So if it takes out that high of yesterday and maybe, attempts to get through that high of 236, you've got a high of almost 6, okay, on the weekly chart after that. Running down, CSTL. What's happening with this one? So this was okay, earnings play earlier this month. CSTL, the next low looking left is 2055. So that's what, excuse me, 45 cents away from that. Um, well, they put out a press release yesterday and the market said, we don't care. Look at that press release. Look pretty positive. Shows significant improvement in medication response, etc. Market did not care at all. And now look at it today. It's almost like they're doing a financing. Okay, now this one from the AI could be interesting. This Credo, CRDO. So it's at yesterday's high, I believe. Oh yeah, this could be really interesting. So the high yesterday was 1494. Takes that out, look left, and then the next high is way up here at 1946. I can't remember what happened. You obviously got had some bad news. This is a bio, right? Or semi. This is a semi. This is an earnings play today. Okay. Now, when I say today, I know they released after hours, but typically stocks that release after hours and in the pre-market, those are the earnings plays for the day. Big level. Guys, stick an alert at I stick an alert around 1512 for Credo, CRDO, and see if it takes that out. And this is shortable for me too, in case it can't. But if it can, I mean, oh man, look left. I mean, there's a ton of room. What's the float? 93 million, not low, not crazy high, but not low. Meanwhile, Castle continues, CSTL continues to move down here. All right, next, guys, BHVN. Ooh, keep an eye on BHVN. Next high looking left. Next high looking left is 2056 on the weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room. I think this can have a wild. I thought the spread was going to be even worse. 1987, 1995. I pointed out because it's just showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. 1991. And it's, well, if it's a 10, it's okay. It's obviously it's a 20 also. BHVN, there it goes, guys, over 20. I can remember, I don't know if I've traded this one in the past or just seen it because I know I've seen it, but I think it can go kind of crazy. But crazy up can also be crazy down. I'm sorry, Shady was talking about NTAP. Is that an earnings play? Yeah, this is an earnings play. I did see it in the pre-market, but it was kind of just doing this chopping around, so I sort of forgot about it. Now look at the market now, guys. Not a little, but a nice big green bar now. Lucid on that big $3 billion financing continues to move down, almost a lifetime low, guys. LCID, almost a lifetime low. I have my alert set for Credo, CRDO has not triggered. There's another uranium play, I think, Denison. I think it's a uranium play. Yeah. So another uranium play. There's UIC. Take a look at the ETF for uranium, URA. Oh, this castle continues to plummet, guys. CSTL. I did not take this short. I guess I should have. Boy, that's a big, big plummet down. This is an amazing reaction. I mean, that news, I mean, they tried to paint it very prettily yesterday, as a positive, but look today. I mean, I'm looking to see if they're done a financing or something, but I cannot see any financing news for this CSTL. Yeah, well, look at all those downgrades. Yeah, I had all those downgrades this morning. AAP, four more after the earnings yesterday. All right, guys, give me one moment. And I'm back. PVH, take a look at PVH. That's a retailer, right? PVH. Oops, PVH. Cut and sew apparel contractors. Another earnings play. Another earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. It was maybe the volume was too light, but it was kind of chopping around. Guys, I mean, really pay attention to this CRDO. Now, pay attention both ways because I mean, if it cannot take out this 15, there are lots of shorts available, Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure it's many brokers have shorts for this one for the CRDO. But you can just see if it can take out. I've got an alert set of the high of a couple of days ago. If it can take that out, the next high is at 1940. So let's just see if that happens. Now, it may not, of course, in which case it might turn into a nice short. A lot of volume. Over seven times normal volume up to this time of day. HRL is an earnings play. HRL. Ooh, wow. June 1st pre-market. So released earnings pre-market. Now this looks like it's could be coming into some resistance. There's a high right there of 41.29. So it's getting close to that high. Then there's one at 41.35. Now, if it takes those out, the next high is 42.62. So this is getting a little bit parabolic right now. Oh, good grief. SDA just resumed and kaboom. Well, briefly, it got up to 45 and now it dropped only $10. Okay, guys, BHVN over 20 now. The color formatting for Apple stays. What do you mean by that? Morning goods? Early. Yeah, this BHVN is a tough one, guys. I mean, I'm wary of it. I don't know what you mean, Grumpus. I really don't know what you mean. No, yeah, the BHVN, I think I'm just going to have to forget about it. Okay, guys, AI now is maybe trying to recover here. It's above the pre-market highs, okay? Above the pre-market highs. All right, guys, AI now over 34. A level was to take out that pre-market high. Welcome, Rook, to the room. New to the room and trade ideas, or just new to the room? In other words, do you have trade ideas? Yeah, look at UCAR now, guys. I mean, I'm really holding out. I think that if this takes out 550 later, there's I have my alert set way up here at 550. And if it can take it out, had some news, low float China. You know how these things can go, but I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. I just have my price alert set up on that area. And of course, the main reason is because when you look left on the daily chart, you see all sorts of room. I think the next high was 535, 549. Well, the next high, if it can take out 550, would be 586. And then after that, 887. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's getting there. I'm just saying, like to take the chart resistance aspect of why a stock won't keep going higher out of the equation. Now, goods, you're going to get real all riled up by saying that AI is a squeeze. Though I have to admit, I mean, it's got a big short float. But All right, guys, UCAR. It did trigger. Then it moved back down. Let me reset my price alert and see if it takes it out again. Of course, you got to be wary of this one. There are a lot of topping tails. You have some bottoming tails too, of course, but you have a lot of topping tails right at that 550 mark. So, I am not anticipating it's going to take it out. I'm just have my price alert reset. Another earnings play here, guys. NGL. Let's see what it's doing. NGL, short one, a cheap one. Uh, don't love it. Next high looking left is around 354, so it's too close to that for me. OKTA is still hurting around that 70 mark. There's that 200-day moving average. As I say, I'm in this short, but I'm just watching that 200-day moving average. Boy, oh boy, that Castle, CSTL just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. These are showing up here a lot earlier. The next low looking left is 1878, so there's a little bit of room, 1873-ish. UCAR, guys. Hey guys, UCAR. Get okay, guys. I mean, now we got something going here. 585 was that high. So 897. Not saying it's getting there. Oh, and it just got halted. It just got halted. You could tell it was going to get halted because if you were watching closely, the bid ask was 595, 596, and it didn't move. Okay, so you could almost tell that was going to get halted, and it got halted right at 595. Okay, so here's what we can maybe expect if you're in this one. Five there, you can't see the symbol, but there it is. UCAR halted at 595. Projected open right now, of course, this can change. Is six. Well, you see how it changes. 625. Of course, this is nothing written in stone here. The halt was at 10:20 plus 17 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:25 plus 17 seconds. Oh, come on, baby. Oh, let's see what happens once it opens. Oh, it sounded like Vicky there. I'm so excited about that one. I forgot to short CSTL from my 10-day daily breakdown. Oh well. This is what I'm talking about. There's the 1976, and now we're at 1905. My 10-day daily breakdown. Wow, look at this. If UCAR hadn't popped the way it did, I would have been in this one probably on the short of Castle, but boy, this is a short so far. Definitely the great short out of here. Don't know what Vasco did. Billy, we saw had that pop, but look how early that was, 1430. But look at this. Look at this, 1470. Now it's at 1453 after the big pop up. How's Vasco doing? Victoria's Secret, 1789. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert there and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Another earnings play. So these two are earnings. Whoops, these two are earnings plays. Billy and Vasco. CSTL is not an earnings play. I don't know what the overall reaction was. It's got to go to your Senate now. But look at the market. I mean, now we're in that back in that schizo market. Big giant green bar being now replaced by a giant red bar. This is where you want it to open, hurry up and open. What's the time now? 24. So five. So in a little more than a minute, this should open. See how this changes. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales. Short for Credo. Let's take a look. I don't think yet. I mean, it hasn't broken down for 15. I'm still holding out for that 15-12 break, because of then if it does that, it's got a ton of room. It's an earnings play, so I don't know about short yet. Up to you, of course, but where's the 200-day? Well, and there's the 200 days not an issue, but the VWAP's at 1470, so that could hold it up also. Okay, phew, guys, big explosion for UCAR. Big explosion. Out some now. Okay, out some. I mean, my fantasy level, I mean, I don't think it's going to get there, but eight something. What did I say? Eight something was the next high looking left. 887 is the next high looking left. Oh, just awesome. So I took this in the pre-market on a 5 break. I traded most of it out around 540, and then just waited for that 550 break again. Got back in, and I've traded some out, holding on to see if I can do the absolute crazy. I was going to say tank. Well, who knows? Maybe it'll get to 25.57. I mean, it got up to 75 back in April. Yeah, April 20th. I guess this was its IPO day. So showing up here also on my 10-day daily breakout at 583, showing up here in the momentum up, 693 now. This is a don't repeat. And you see the repeating version right over here. So the DR stands for don't repeat. What that means is there's the first time the alert happened. And then over here, every time it made a new high, you'll see it. And I am sharing these scans, which gave us the Castle. Wow, Castle is still weak. And look at this Castle. Wow, I mean, I don't know if I've ever told you guys, but these are my two favorite scans right there, the breakout and the breakdown. If Trade Ideas put a limit on how many scans I could have, you could only have one on the short side and one on the long side. This would be it. Doesn't give too many alerts over the course of the day. Well, okay, let's take a look at where it could bounce, CSTL. And the next low looking left. No, it's below that now. That low was 1879, so it's a little bit below that low. You know what? LE is an earnings play, guys. I didn't really mention it in the pre-market, but LE is actually an earnings play too. Retailer, didn't really think much of it, but can't dispute the fact that it's had a good day. It's a very low float too, 12 million in the float. That hasn't traded very much. 22 times normal, but only 387,000 shares. The next high looking left is around 860, 864-ish. Now, guys, you gotta manage that UCAR trade, right? Don't just because I keep saying that eight something is the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there. I don't know about the bounce yet for Castle. This is This is pretty amazing because this was their press release yesterday. Okay, showing to significantly improve medication response, etc. That was their press release yesterday, and there was a reaction, very muted, a little pop, tried to hold the 200-day moving average. This is the daily chart for CSTL, but it's just getting absolutely killed today. William, I didn't ask you to take a look at this, but and I don't see any news for today. I kept thinking that maybe they announced the financing or something, but I mean, this is getting pulverized. You are right, Mr. Real. Yeah, PSTG, after that little bit of a pullback, still super strong. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 3611-ish. That was your fantasy level, perhaps, 35.99. Okay, Wilds, WLDS just made this, I think this important. Yeah, so it just took out the high of 2 days ago. And then if it can get through this high of 236, I'm going to stick an alert around 238. And you can maybe, hopefully, you can see why that would be important, because then the next time the weekly chart is way up here at almost $6. So again, this is all to do with some kind of a watch strap that is you can use on Apple devices, Apple watches. Oh, okay, and it's AI. It's okay. It's also AI powered. Okay, the Mudra or Mudra. I don't know how to pronounce it. Never heard of it before. It had this big news a few days ago. Hmm, interesting. I wonder if they'll make it for Android products. I've got a Galaxy Watch. Wonder if they'll make it for a Galaxy Watch too. What a day, guys! What a day! Lots of action. On UCAR. I don't have much left, but I've got enough that if it gets up to that 8 level, time is at 10:34. This has been a super, super fast morning for me. Wow, 7:20 now, 7:22, 7:37. Airplane, UCAR. Bear Cave, okay. Palantir, okay. PLTR, did it affect it? I guess it's had some effect. There's an ugly, ugly looking 15-minute chart, guys. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Oh man, UCAR. I mean, guys, I mean, if it takes that 885, that's all traders are looking at right now. They're just looking at that crazy day it had, when it basically when it launched. They got up to $75. No reason. Don't think there was a reason for this other than, to coin an old phrase, irrational exuberance. All right, guys. If you want to take part in all this fun we have every single day, well, we've got a test drive coming up. Real's favorite time of the year. Okay, I've just put the test drive link in. So it's a halt now for UCAR. Another halt for it. I just put the test drive link in. You click on it, and here's my little dog charging at me. Morning, Chloe. Hey guys, so here's the test drive. Working at home is awesome. So test drive. So it starts on Monday. Okay, this coming Monday. So what happens is this: you'll have access to our premium service for $11.11, June the 5th through the 20th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. Okay. You will not, the only thing you will not be allowed to do is auto trade anything. Okay. No auto trading anything. So if you thought to take the test drive because you wanted to try auto trading, which I don't agree with anyway, but that's my personal opinion, don't do it then if that's the only reason. Otherwise, we only do this. Well, the last one we had was October. I have no idea when the next one will be. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you will not get live data until the 5th. That's Monday. You will, though, tomorrow's Friday, you'll have access to the program at about, give it an hour after the market closes tomorrow, okay? So you'll have access to the program. You can download it, you can play around with it for the balance of Friday and then Saturday and Sunday. And I encourage you, if you're going to take this test drive, take it seriously. I know it's only $11.11, but don't show up Monday morning not having a clue about what Trade Ideas is about. Do a little bit of, and I'm going to give you a couple links, okay, that you can take a look at just to get yourself somewhat acclimatized to what Trade Ideas is about. Okay. Now, a couple things. When the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't worry about that. That's a commonly asked question. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. Obviously, we'll have a nice little promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not put you into a subscription. Now, this offer is also open for our standards subscribers. If you want to get upgraded to premium, it still will cost you 11.11 for those 10 trading days. You can do so. And then after that, you'll be downgraded back to standard unless you tell us, no, no, keep me at premium. Okay. So take advantage of it. We don't do this very often anymore. We used to do it once a quarter, but we don't do it very often anymore. Next, as I promised, I will give you a link that I think you should do at like the bare minimum, what you should do just to get yourself understanding what Trade Ideas is all about. But right now, we don't know where it's going to come out. Somebody asked about where. I mean, 757. There's the halt for UCAR at 757. No big clue where it's going to open. Is there a well? I mean, it's $11.11, China. I mean, there might be a 15% one, but I mean, that'll knock a dollar off. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be flip about it. I mean, I guess you want to save a dollar, but it's only $11.11. All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay, we do have 4 plans. You click on the Get Trade Ideas, and you can pick. Okay, so UCAR just opened, and it is, let's see, 757 was the halt, so it's still hanging in there and breaking through. Good grief, guys, we may get to that 8 something. I really didn't think we'd get to 887, but now this is what you should do if you're going to take the test drive, or even if you want to take out a subscription today. Okay, click on this Get Started. Now, if you're taking the test drive, you don't have to do the download and install. You do that tomorrow. Okay, Friday, but give it about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. But if you're taking out a subscription today, it goes over your download and install. There are 10 videos. They take you about 30 minutes. But this is what I would do. Introduction to Scans, Episode 7, Top Lists, Episode 8, Episode 9, Alert Windows. At least understand what the scans are, what a top list window is, and what an alert window is, okay? At the very least. Otherwise, you're not taking it seriously. One big, huge wow now for UCAR, guys. This is halted again. It doesn't say it's halted yet, but it is. There's no way it's not going to get halted. There it is. You can just tell. I'm just watching my time in sales. The halt hadn't taken effect yet, but it was 856, 857 on the bid ask, and it was just hanging there. There's no way that would happen on a fast moving stock like this. So you could just basically predict it was going to get halted. Yeah, it's trying to, and I'm not trying to be. I just, yeah, there is a prompt, I guess. I don't even know. If you want, you can use Barry 15. I guess you'll get 15% off $11.11. Okay, let's continue on my homepage. So again, the getting started, really important to do that. Trading 101. If you are brand new to trading or just getting into trading or looking for a bit of a refresher course, this is for you. Okay, this is put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas and a lot of videos. And it starts off as basic as you can get. The first video, I believe, is what is a stock. Okay, so if you're new to trading, I heartily recommend that you take a look at that. I wonder what my stock of the day video is going to do. So I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free also. You'll get sent email about an hour before the market opens on Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Click here, education. Here's the user guide. Now, don't get hung up on how much it's a typical user guide, like most software programs. So you don't have to learn everything. Here's the getting started again. A little more in detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. And I would also take a look at stock races. If you click on the stock races, and you can do all this, you don't have to be a subscriber to take a look at the guide. And we have 4 videos on the stock races. This is an example of the race right there. And race startup is clickable, race configuration, etc. Okay. Next, getting started. Again, we hammer this thing home. I mean, we've got a lot of links for this getting started. Okay. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So what happens between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. All right. And today's Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I take my break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. And other than Jamie, who does the Wednesday session, the other traders who take over for me are more swing type traders, longer term traders. Okay. So you want to get a different view of what you can do with trade ideas. You're more into swing trading. Not that swing trading is easy right now, but Steve definitely is more of a swing trader. And last, but I don't think least, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Here's my scan section. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. I've been using this probably ever since I started with Trade Ideas as a subscriber back in 2010. I haven't really changed too much. This gives me an idea about what might be happening once the market opens, either on the upside or the downside. And of course, that's where we saw UCAR this morning. Biggest gainers from the open percent is right here. That's that race you see right here. I do have another race that I am sharing. And here is my 10-day daily breakouts and downs. Now you can pick and choose how you want to see it. This is the 10-day daily breakout. Well, you'll see it like this. Okay, repeating version. You'll see UCAR over, well, if a stock keeps making a new high, and you can also just see it for the very first time and the time. Why I like to see this is that then I can click on the alert. I can see, well, what did it do from there? Because what happens also is when I click on an alert, I click on UCAR right now. Now, this was a short attempt by the AI. But typically, this is what happens. Let me take a look at PSTG. Okay, you'll see a blue arrow that'll tell you the alert in which the candle or the candle in which the alert happened. So on a 15-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. If I had a 5-minute chart up, you'd see the blue arrow on the candles on the 5-minute chart. And it's visually, you can see, okay, what did it do from the alert? Oh man. I hope UCAR is making a lot of people's days, guys, maybe even weeks. So anyway, you have your choice of how you want it presented, and you can have it. Like I like to see it all, but for instance, some of you don't want a short. I get it. So you don't have to take the daily, or you don't have to look at the 10-day daily breakdown. So that's why I have it individually instead of in this what we call a doc version. Okay. I do have the other scans too. I do have this is the momentum scan, momentum up and down. This is the doc momentum up and down. Now, if you do not want to short stocks, then just click on the X, then all you'll see is a momentum up. Okay. So I do have other stocks or other scans that I'm sharing. The halts resumes, is right here. It's more of an alert. I mean, I don't call it necessarily a scan. It's just sort of information of when a stock gets halted and resumes. So anyway, there you have all my scans that I am sharing. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Then when you click on it, then you can use this promo code to take out a subscription. Also, if you save my homepage link, then you can look at my scans and that big education section anytime you want. And I always forget to do this, but if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. I get live on the mic between 9 a.m. and about 3:30, 3:20 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. This is nothing special. In other words, this is not set up just because we're approaching this test drive. This is the way it is all the time. Yes, you can. Yes, you are able to import my scans on the web version now. The only thing is, I don't think docking is available on the web-based version. Okay, that's the only thing. So, but what you could do is instead of this document, if you wanted this, okay, instead of this, you could let me just show you what I'm talking about. Oops, right here. So if you go to my scans, this Momo scan is essentially this. Okay, this Momo is essentially this one. It's a different kind of presentation of it, but it is essentially this. So I don't believe you can use. I don't think you can use docs in the web-based version. Okay, but yeah, you can import my scans into the web-based version. Yes. No, it is not. Well, no, it is a PC program, PC-based program. Okay, so there are ways in which you can use it if you have a Mac. You can use the web-based version. The web-based version, I mean, listen, it's not bad. You don't have access to this though, this Brokerage Plus window, which I will demonstrate a little bit later, how you can practice trading using our simulator. Okay. You also don't have access to the races. If you don't care about these two, then the web-based version is fine. Or if you don't mind using a program like Parallels, an emulation program like Parallels, then you can use our the app on your Mac, the downloadable application, or you can do something like Amazon Web Services. Okay, we are trying we are trying to get the web-based or the web-based version closer and closer to the app, the downloadable application. so that will be the version. But I mean, that's still probably months away. I don't know what it takes, for instance, to be able to use the simulator in the web-based version. Do I use the AI? Yeah, I do use it. I don't use it exclusively. Ooh, there's the Credo, guys, just a little bit over 15. I take a look at the alerts. I use it like a watch list, okay? So when you ask, do I use it? Sure, I use it, but I use it like a watch list. I took that short of OKT. I'm out of it now. I just, that 200-day probably is too strong, but I'm selective about, I just use it like a watch list. And again, if you're there is no auto trading. I know we're going to be basically getting rid of the ability to auto trade the AI completely. Yeah, I mean, I really have no experience using the web-based version. Somebody in our YouTube room, Weeks, is talking about it. I mean, if you can find a way to use a downloadable application, that's the way to go. There are many people at Trade Ideas that have Apples or Apple products, Macs, and they use the emulate. They use an emulator. Okay, guys, Credo is getting super interesting now. There's that high of yesterday that is just breaking through. All right, let's see if it can keep going from here. I'm in it. Let's see if it can keep going from here. If it gets even close to 15, I'm out. But I want to see if it can start to. Look, it's not good. Well, famous last words. I doubt it's going to get up to 1948, but that's all traders are looking. Well, this trader that's talking to you, that's all I'm looking at. If you're new to the room, and you'll hear me talk about looking left all the time. Why do I take a trade? The only way I take a trade is if I look left and I see there's room. If I'm, like, where is the next high looking left? If I feel there's enough room before it can hit that, then I'll take the trade. I mean, other factors come into play, but it's one of my main factors for even being excited or even wanting to take a trade. Looking at the daily chart and that weekly chart to see where the next highs are. So, guys, you notice that UCAR now was halted on the way down. So again, hopefully you've managed your trade. You cannot just, wander away, number one, from your computer. No, in this case, it wouldn't have mattered too much, but I mean, it almost got up to $10. Question is, did I see UCAR in the daily breakout? Well, it did. Yeah, I mean, I saw it obviously way earlier. Should say obviously, but I mean, UCAR was something that we saw in the pre-market, but it is in the daily breakout. Yes. But there were probably very few scans that would not have picked up UCAR today. And in the pre-market is where you really had to see it to be aware of it, to know that something crazy could happen. Look at Wilds, guys. WLDS. I know it's not Wilds, but I mean, look at WLDS. Look where it could not get through, which was at 10:38. I put this little price alert there, that green line you see. And again, the way I trade, I don't try to anticipate that it's going to take it out. And so I put my alert there. If it doesn't happen, I just back off. All right, guys, Credo giving me a little bit of move here. So somebody asked, do I use the AI? Well, the AI was, that was the alert for Credo. I didn't take it at 1475. You can see it right there. I was more interested if it took out that high. But that's how I use the AI. It's a watch list for me. It is not the magic money machine, guys. Okay. I mean, a lot of people I know want to be able to use the AI. Just, number one, auto trade it. Just take every trade and auto trade it. It won't work. The best way to use the AI is, in my opinion, as a watch list, and have some chart experience, some trading experience. There's no fee. So when you say, is there a fee for Brokerage Plus? No. I mean, you have to have a broker, though. We connect. So to use Brokerage Plus, using this Brokerage Plus window, you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. This Brokerage Plus window will allow you to trade from within Trade Ideas. You can connect it to your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay. So there's no, but so to answer your question, there's no fee to use it, if that's what you mean. But you need a broker. This is not a broker. Okay, it just connects to those two brokers, the only ones. Does that answer your question? And what you're seeing here again, as I explained in the pre-market, because when I was demonstrating its use yesterday, I said, okay, let's take this trade in the simulator for KOPN, 500 shares. Entry was 223. I didn't get out of the trade yesterday. And so that's how you can practice swing trading using Brokerage Plus. Let me go over this a little bit, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay, so I see that BHVN did move now. Okay, so there was the alert at 1991 from the 10-day daily breakout. The spread is tightened up a little bit here. Where's the next high looking left? 2056. That might be too close. That's on the weekly chart. 2057 might be a little bit too close. Okay, let me put a link in here for Brokerage Plus. Again, this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. The short video shows you how you can connect this window that we call Brokerage Plus to either an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay. And then the second video goes into a lot more detail once you've connected, how to use it. But that second video also explains how to use it as a simulator too. Paper Trader Simulator. Now, to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New, and then there's your Brokerage Plus window. You may have different column headers. Now, I know in the version that I've got, all you have to do, let me do something here. Is what I think will happen. If you load it right now, it'll say not connected, and then you click on Sim. Now, in this version that I've got, when you click on Sim for simulation, it automatically brings you into the simulator. Okay. In your version, it probably says account, and then you click on account, and then simulated trading will pop up, and then you click on that, then you're in the simulator. We basically eliminated that step. When you click on sim, it'll show up. But again, that's on the version that I've got, which I think is going to be available for the test drive. Now, our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. Okay. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, which I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market, then all you need is our standard service and you're set to go. Okay. And it's super simple to use. You just click on an alert. You just click on an alert. uh, Okay, so this is sometimes that happens. What's supposed to happen when I click on an alert, the symbol should show up here. Okay, so all I have to do is just get out of it and then get into it again, and I'm sure it'll work. Oh, I am hung up. I am hung up, guys. I am frozen, unfortunately. See if I can escape here. Yep, you can do it, Topher. Yes. Shoot, I am hung up. See if I can do anything. Pepe, anything you think I can do before I actually have to get out of trade ideas in the task? I'm hitting escape. Write down the steps it took for me to get hung up so I can let the developers know. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do. Okay, guys, so what's going to happen is I'm going to have a blank screen. I'll just have to reload. The issue being it's not a big deal, except I lose everything I had here before, all these previous alerts, but nothing I can do about it. So just give me a moment. All right. See, this is what I'm talking about. So I'm only going to see the last alert now. Okay. It's not a big deal, but obviously I wish it didn't happen. Okay. So that was what was supposed to happen, okay? When I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. Oh, let's take, so it's super simple to use. Here's CVNA as an example, CVNA, which, yeah, had a big, very choppy, extremely choppy action for CVNA. Just want to show you though how you can easily take a trade. Let's take a look at TIO. This has been interesting. Now I'm getting a little delay here, but I just want to show you how you can do it. Okay, let's take 200 shares of TIO. Bid ask is 304, 305, so that's no big deal in terms so I can go it in the market and I send it. Now I'm in the trade. That's how easy it is. Okay, and I again practice trading before you commit money to the market. And to answer your question, yeah, if I put a stop in, if I had a stop, I can always adjust that stop just right on the chart. If I had a stop, I'll put 280 in. Okay, so you see that red line. So if I wanted to move it higher, I could. Okay, move it down. No, I don't use Broker's Plus. Okay, one of the reasons I don't. Well, BHVN turned out to be a pretty darn good one. Oh man, it was just a little too choppy for me at the very beginning. AI is looking good. AI is looking good. There's a new high right now. Anyway, why I don't use it is because I want to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Okay, so there's no way I'm going to flip back and forth using this and then flipping into the simulation mode, paper trading mode, then back to a live account. No way. Maybe if I were, not moderating a room and I could, devote full attention to it, perhaps I would. But to be honest, I'm so used to using Interactive Brokers order entry, and I'm not in more than two trades at the same time. So it's easy enough for me to monitor my trades. If I were in a lot of trades at the same time, this window would probably be because it looks better than Interactive Brokers. I do get that, but it's not a big deal for me. But certainly as an option, if you want to use it, great. A moment, guys, I'm just having to let them know the steps that it took for me to get frozen. don't think so. Somebody asked, does it slow down the fill? I don't think so. I know people who use it and they've never complained about it. So the question was, but you know what? Somebody can answer that. Anybody in the room using B plus? Do you find that it using B plus that it slows down rather than going directly like using IB or E Trade directly from within the platform, their platform? I haven't heard any complaints. Yeah, AI guys, thank you. Okay, Pepe, thank you. So Pepe is saying it's very fast with IB. Thank you, Pepe. As always. Well, shoot. I'm just looking here. My Credo now is not performing the way I wanted it to. I didn't take anything off. I got into the 1520s. I was looking for a lot more. So I'm going to give it a little bit more room. It hasn't hit my stop yet, but moment, guys. Son of a gun. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Pepe. I was muted. So I wanted to say that I got out of the Credo. Now the Credo is coming back a little bit. I'll take a look at it again at 15.17. So I took a loss on the Credo CRDO. This is an impressive move for AI, guys. It really is. I mean, being hammered, beaten down on earnings, but this is coming right back, and you know what can happen. I mean, this again, Morgan Stanley put a $20 price target on them, but there are a lot of other firms that put higher price targets. So, like Wedbush, I think put a 50. Is that right? A 50? How are the rest of the AI plays doing? I think CASA or Tank or somebody was trying to buy GFAI. Okay, that's not doing too much. CC, no, CXAI, another one, not doing too much. And also IDAI. Let's take a look. No, so really it's only AI. Okay, Credo is right back up there, guys. Right back up there. I'm gonna wait. I want to see if it can get back into the say 1521 or so. All right, guys, it's probably not the right thing to do, but I've taken a short in this MDU. I mean, it's going to be a pretty well tight stop. I'm certainly not going to let it get over 20. Um, they spun off something called Cape and a company that is now called KPF. Oh, is it KFP? Knife River. What's a symbol? Come on, go through all the whole thing. What's the symbol? Oh, there it is. KNF. Just had to read a little bit better. KNF. KNF. Wow, AI guys, AI. I mean, this could get back up to the 40s. Yeah, I was trying to bring up. So Macy's has actually gone positive. Macy's has gone positive today. Big drop down to 11.29. This is on earnings, but it's actually gone positive today now, and that is Macy's, as in M. Goods. I'll call it a squeeze. I'll take the brunt of Real's wrath. Okay, Mr. Credo, you gonna do it this time? All right. Well, MDU is yeah, it's giving me a little bit here, guys. I didn't take it at 1995. I hesitated because it's a spin-off, and I think people are looking at this thinking, "Wow, what happened?" If they don't read the news that it's a spin-off, but it's moving down, penny by penny. Uranium, guys, NXE uranium. This is actually an AI play too. 421, 437 now. The next high is looking left, getting close to those highs. That's why I didn't want to take that trade. But uranium stocks, URA, you see in the pre-market, there was a flurry of activity. Actually, that's not true. The market opened at 9:30, and URA, the ETF for uranium, boy, that's just had a tremendous run. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:29. So I just want to confirm it'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Good alert from the AI though. 421, 439 now. Nice percentage move. And it's getting right close to that 437. So it's above that 437 on the daily. The next high is 446. Takes that out. and 458. Hey, Steve, you didn't miss much. I'm kidding, of course. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just internal. I don't think I'm on mute. No, I'm still live here. Um, okay, well, the credo's starting to move now. CRDO starting to move again. If you're in the mood for something a little bit more wild, there's the VWAP for SDA. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert at 4115. Actually, I'm going to stick an alert around 4251 to see if this takes that out later. Look at the market. Holy smokes. I wasn't even watching what the market was doing. So look at the market, guys. Remember, we had this opening red candle, looked pretty bad. Second candle was red, got all the way down to what, 416. And then the buyer stepped in and look, okay. But then this candle was red, a lot more red. It went all the way, almost got right to the bottom of that previous green candle. And then nope. And then a huge turnaround. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, an hour and 15, well, not quite 15, and certainly an hour straight up now. I'm looking for way more for the Credo, okay? Um, Macy's, guys, has gone positive. Macy's M has gone positive. I know I just talked about it. It was going positive. I think it was right around the zero mark. So Macy's has gone positive. Pre-market high. I mean, the reaction to earnings was interesting. I mean, initially it got up to 1481 pre-market, and then all of a sudden at 640, this is all Eastern time, 645, just huge selling happened. Huge selling. You guys, by the way, I took myself out of the MDU, okay? Basically flat. I'm not gonna mess around with that anymore. There's a classic example. I mean, I hope it keeps moving a little bit higher, but the Credo, you hear me talk all the time about, sometimes you get into a trade and you think it should work, okay? And then it doesn't work. So you obey your stop, you get out, and then later on it sets up again, sort of the same way, and you can always get back in. And then I talk about this a lot. And that certainly Credo for me is a good example. I didn't give up on it completely. Well, BHVN is making me look like a fool now. Man, oh man. 2048. Well, no, the alert was a 19 something, I think. Remember, I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas at around 11:06. So that be who's got this one? What when was the alert? Was it 19 something, right? For BHVN? If you've got my 10-day daily breakout. And if you don't have it, why don't you have it? I think it was at 19 something. The original alert for BHVN. Thank you, Tank. So at 1991 was the original alert. Is there a way to save my sure, of course. Just save them. I mean, you're using the web-based version weeks? Question in our YouTube room, is there a way to save my scanners? But you're using the web-based version, right? Wow, look at Credo, guys. Nice, 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 nice. This is now. Oh, okay. Well, if you have a scan of mine on the screen, if you've loaded it, you just have to save it. Okay, so take the 20-day range low. Okay, I'm just use that as an example. So you right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, there it is. There's the name and save it. Okay, so now it's saved. It's, you don't. Now, the other thing is when you can take my scans. Now, don't get overwhelmed, by the way, of all the scans. Like to have so many scans, in your layout, but you might have, maybe you've got, again, I'll just use this as an example. Maybe you've got my momentum up and down, and maybe you've got these ones, and maybe a race all on your screen right now. Maybe a few charts. All you do then is you file, save or share to cloud, click on entire, okay, and it'll say layout. Give it a name. Weeks, weeks one or something like that. Give it a name and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. You'll never lose it. You can also save it to your computer locally, file, save layout. Okay, and it'll have the default layout probably right there. You can give it a name again, but definitely save everything. Easy. Now saving things to the cloud, I always save everything to the cloud. I do save to my to my computer, but I save things to the cloud. Two very important reasons. Oh, one very important reason. If I'm on a desktop computer, all right, so if something happened to my computer and it became inoperable, well, bit of a pain, of course, go out and buy a new computer, load trade ideas, and then everything is in the cloud. I just have to load from the cloud. So I don't have to recreate anything. I have all my layouts in the cloud. I've got individual scans in the cloud. Okay. So that's an important reason to save things to the cloud, of course. The other reason is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But okay, I'm on my desktop. I have a laptop also. I have a couple of tablets. So I can have trade ideas on all those. And again, instead of having recreating everything from scratch, I just load the program. So on my laptop, I just load the program and then I go to the cloud and load what I want. Okay. So very important to load, like to save I save individual scans to the cloud and I save my layouts to the cloud. Okay. I save individual scans to the cloud because what happens is sometimes, I don't use a scan for a while. And a while could be months, could be years. And one day I look at it, I think, maybe on a Saturday or a Sunday, I take a look at a scan I created and I take a look at it. Maybe I do history, see what happened the day before. I say, that wasn't too bad. Maybe I should start using it again, see what happens. So I save everything to the cloud. Well, that BHVN is just severe rippage now, guys. Severe rippage. So they had some news yesterday that caused the pop. Okay, right there on the daily chart. Provides overview of clinical progress, regulatory updates, and pipeline development. So whatever they were saying, the market liked it, and they like it even more today. Now, believe it or not, with the UCAR, I am sticking a price alert around 10. Okay, I'm going to stick a price alert right up, actually 970, the high of the day. You never know later on in the day. It takes that out. They're going to go on another run. And the next high looking left, well, that's 991. It's got to get through that. Then the next high looking left on the daily, I mean, it's 37. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but traders look at stuff like that. Okay. And that's what to me, that's what it's all about. I have a very simple way of trading. I just keep looking left to see where a stock could go to. And if it's far enough away, other factors have to come into play, but it becomes a candidate for me to trade. And if I'm shorting, I just do the reverse. Where's the next low looking left? All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me another couple of minutes. Oh, hey, guys. I hope somebody listened to me on the CRDO. Now this is becoming an explosive winner. On a percentage basis. I mean, that's just a great winner now. Look at the market. One, two, three, four, five, an hour and 15 and counting. Maybe we're going to have an hour and a half straight up. And I honestly don't think Credo is being affected by this. It's an earnings play. I think these, basically trade on their own. And understand, yeah. Well, I'm glad, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. Okay. I point out opportunities, and if it makes sense to your trading plan to take the trade, great. Say thing, I said I want to know when it gets back up to 15.15. And that's where I'd be very interested again in taking the trade. All right, guys, 11:50. So in about 10 minutes from now, Steve will take, I think it's Steve. He didn't confirm it, but I'm sure it'll be Steve taking over for me in our YouTube room while I take my break between 12 and 1. Magic 420 again, guys, for the SPY. Well, I guess they listened for a while, real. I guess they it knocked it down to 1434, but after that, yeah, kind of late one up. Yeah, I don't know what that would be like in trading. PVH, let's take a look. I know Katie was talking about PVH earlier as a short, I think. Yeah, beauty. Nice, 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 nice. What a morning, guys. What a morning. Well, here's another one that's sort of interesting. MUFG, Mitsubishi, MUFG. And why is it interesting? 731 is the next high looking left. Now, this probably it's a huge float, 11.8 billion in the float, but it's definitely on the move here over 7. So if you're looking for, I don't know, a trade that is a little more, or certainly should be way less volatile, this could be interesting. Nice breakout on the daily. I mean, taking all of this out, and then the next high is around 730. Not saying to take the trade, but and meet your trading style. It might be something interesting. Over the VWAP 694. We've got a flip, guys. Look at this. I've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks since I brought up these two top list windows. Look at the difference now. The 20-day range low used to be absolutely full, and you might get the odd one in the 20-day range high. Look at what's happening today. And you might say, well, it's because the market's doing this. No, not necessarily, because the market had some good days when had brought these up, and the range lows were just huge. Hardly got any of the range highs. So that's very interesting. Hey guys, what I'm going to do is drop the YouTube link in the room so that you can go over and listen to Steve. He'll be there in about 5 minutes in our YouTube room. And I'll put my announcement in. I remember, did Credo show up? No, it probably didn't show up in the 10-day daily breakout. Maybe it did early. Did it Tank? Did Credo show up early? I just can't remember. The reason why you're not seeing it now, though, is because the relative volume is under 8. So but I don't know. Maybe it showed up early when maybe the volume was 8, because it's certainly a 20-day breakout. Not in the breakout. Okay. Yeah. To make the breakout and the breakdown, I've got, this is the tough filter. Okay. Current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. So that is a tough filter. That's why I don't get too many alerts, which is what I want. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. I'm just going to wait for Steve. I won't mute myself, of course, in our YouTube room, but I'll put myself on mute. Guys, so YouTubers can hear me. And just watching the Credo 16, the next test, I guess, the whole number. But we still have some room. 1948, the next highs, both on the daily and the weekly chart. So I'm not saying it's getting there, as you know, but it's had a great couple of weeks, really, when you look at it. 2 weeks, I mean, $8, almost a double from the lows here.
Hello, Barry.
You were there. I didn't hear a little pop.
It's because you were talking.
Okay. Hey, listen, don't have to do it now, of course, but I don't know what link you're talking about. You said scroll up to the link and you tagged me. I don't can't see that. Is that in that
Yeah, it's
where are
in
we in the
the
trader trainer guys? Is that in that Slack thread?
yeah. And I'll go back and I will copy and repost.
It's not in the pinned section.
No,
Nothing to do with that because I just don't see a link.
there it is.
Oh, now I see it. Okay, great. Man, oh man, what a day, Steve. What a day. Just I know you're gonna say what a day for you, but for different reasons,
Yeah, different
probably
time frames, but
different time frames.
yeah, I'm having a good day with some
Oh,
swing
good.
trades. No,
Excellent, excellent.
great day yesterday with my CXAI. It literally was like my textbook trade. I made a video on it
Mm.
too. 1.5 day, perfect move. Sell half on day one, follow through on day two, sell some more. And then the moment it broke my 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, I cleaned out the entire position, and it was a good trade. So
Probably got hammered down a little bit with AI right
yeah,
after
I didn't
hours.
want to stick around for those earnings, and so I just took my money and ran. But today, and I'll talk about it, I'm loaded up on some silver miners. AG is doing really well for me. So
Okay, cool.
yeah,
All
and
right, my friend.
I
Oh,
missed out
sorry.
on
Go
that
ahead.
U car. I saw you guys trading that U
Oh,
car earlier. I missed that one.
oh man, what a great trade that was. I actually traded it in the pre-market. Got a little bit out of it, and then it hit I think 550 or something like that. Piled back in it, and man, oh man, what a run! Just a matter of looking left. I mean, it
Yep.
got to $75 a few weeks ago. So the trader mentality being what it is, I'm not anything. I'm not any different from any other trader who looks at that and think, what if?
If Chris had
What
mentioned that,
if?
if Chris had mentioned that symbol maybe 30 seconds earlier, I might have jumped in it. But by the time I pulled it up, it just felt like it had gone. So
Okay. AI is actually having a good run though too. I mean, it's coming back. Wouldn't surprise me at all if it gets back to 40.
I know, and of course, IONQ, the trade of the week, is also holding up extremely well, which is an AI play. So that's a beautiful
Yes.
looking daily chart.
The other one I'm in right now is from our AI is Credo, CRDO. Just
I
a
saw that.
beauty.
Yeah.
I got stopped out the first time and got back in it, and now it's just a beauty. But look at the room it's got left, Steve. Oh,
Take a look.
Ooh, and there's UCAR. I've got an alert set. I'm telling you, if this takes out 10,
This thing's a low float nut job.
it's a low float nut job from China. And if it takes out 10, oh man. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. You can have fun.
Yeah, I loved, that was a great setup. I'm really sorry I missed that. Anyway, okay, I'll see you when you get back after your
Okay.
vacuuming Zen carpet session.
Yes, yes. Now I'll show up about 10 to.
Okay,
You gotta go, right? Okay, I'll try to
as
show up at 10
usual.
to. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Okay, it looks like I did not broadcast my screen yet. Hang on, guys. I gotta do that. I believe. Should be sharing. There we go. Okay. All right. Yes, Patrick. Was watching very closely yesterday. We'll talk about this. Watching very closely yesterday, the UUP, the dollar. The dollar traded way above the 200-day, and then it kind of started to wick and pull back. And I saw PSLV and some of the other favorites. Now, sure, I could have jumped back into PSLV yesterday, but I didn't. I decided to try and grab something that might have a little bit more leverage to it. So I went with the mining company AG, and it's up 5.46%, where PSLV today is up 1.68. So I think there's a time and place to buy the miners, probably more when we're oversold like this and we can get more of a good bounce. Boy, look at this UCAR. That was a really, really amazing one. No reason why, people that have trade ideas should be confused as to what they should be trading or what they should be watching and focusing on. This is your daily watch list right here. UCAR, Chewy, UEC. We've only been open 2.5 hours now. We're midday. But this is the beauty of the new way in which Trade Ideas is presenting data to you. Oh my God, look at this UCAR go. It's going to halt again. So I'll rehash what I was talking to Barry about, just because, my trading plans don't always work as well as this one did. But I noticed the AI stocks were popping yesterday. I took a pretty good substantial position home. I believe on that day, probably added to it on the next day. Rode day one here, and then here's day two. So I sold some at the end of the day, half of CXAI, to take some profits, pay myself, and hope for some follow through the following day. We did get some follow through. I took some more off up here, and then I waited and I waited and I waited for the final 1/4, 25%. Where do you think I got out? Well, for those of you who listen to me all the time, I followed my rules and I used that signal candle right there. And I said, you're done. Just take the money. The momentum's done. And I'm glad I did, because look at this. It's just tying up capital and energy and, emotion. Don't need it. So the perfect trade for me in my wheelhouse, unlike Barry, my perfect trade is a day and a half. Catch something and really ride the momentum. So with that said, maybe with AG here, I'm looking to probably maybe take half off here. I'm going to pop that price alert in right there just to remind me that I might want to take some off. I loaded up on it pretty good, so it's working for me well. But I'm going to call it day one today. And so, even if it just tops out here at 610, that's fine. Day two, I can get into tomorrow, and it becomes my day and a half trade. The morning, we get some follow through, and then the afternoon, they start taking profits, the people that are working in the same time frame that I am. So yeah, Patrick, that's what I've got. What else I do? I also played the silly HYMC game just because it's a meme stock. It's a silver miner. If silver does get doing something stupid, just 10,000 shares of this, not a whole lot. It's going to happen. It's a 30-cent stock, but that's a lottery ticket trade right there. So that's another silver play. Beat, I think I talked about Beat last year. This week, this is not a trade. This is a position. All right, they came out and had a patent the very next day. They got picked up by Panasonic. So they're starting to get some pipeline stuff going. They're a medical device maker for heart issues. Without getting too much into it, there's a lot of people having heart issues right now. And I think there could be an interesting demand for a device like this, sadly. But why not invest in it? So I'm in that. I'm also in rum, and I'm just going to wait. I feel like you can see there's the trigger right there in rum, 1029. We have had every opportunity to play around in this range that I'm drawing right there, but we're not pulling back. We're just skipping along the underneath of the ceiling, probably just waiting for some sort of a catalyst. Maybe somebody's going to come out and have a big news event, but again, this is a position trade for me, an investment. Beat and rum right now are pretty much an investment for me. I'm not really looking to trade the momentum on these. What else do I have? Rum, Beat, and AGC. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, the one that's working for me is the AG. Likely, let's see, we pull back. Maybe we'll catch that moving average around 6. I'd be fine with that. But let's go through the races here. I mean, welcome everybody. This is just a reminder. Geez, look at this thing. Wow. And I didn't want to chase it back down here at 6. Now it's at 11. We have the test drive coming up. Actually, if you're here as an early observer of the test drive, your account will be activated tomorrow. And what I'm saying is, guys, this is how you're going to want to take advantage of the test drive. You're going to want to use these types of scans and these races that are showing where the action is. I'm clicking on the top 10 list right here. UEC, uranium, had some interesting movement today, and it's pulling back to its moving average. Had a pretty good move already on the daily. It could be done, but if it wants to continue higher, it would bounce off of that average. The wilds, what's this all about? A little sloppy on the daily chart. It's been going crazy. Wearable devices, huh? We're doing this again. Wearable devices, Israeli company. Okay, here's Carvana, giant short float in Carvana, having a good day. Gave some back yesterday. Great day on Tuesday. Gave some back yesterday, and now we're moving higher. As you can see, Carvana is a short float play. All right, for those that follow my A table, there's Carvana. And look, there's CXAI. This is why this was on my radar. Why was I playing this stock 2 days ago? Because I knew it had a giant short float. I knew it had the potential for an explosive day and a half. Yes, Barry, UCAR. Gosh, I wish I was participating in the UCAR. So basically an EV play out of China, huh? All right. Can't catch them all, but what we can do is we can show them all, and you can find the ones that you want to play and catch. You're never going to pick every single one correctly. And the ones that you do pick, if you pick every single one, not all of them are going to work. But you've got to manage the risk on the ones that are working and the ones that are not. GSIT is a nice consolidation on the daily. All right. I know I specifically spoke to somebody yesterday. I can't remember their name, but I mentioned, come on by today, and I would help you set up kind of a precious metals scan, a layout, a way in which you could monitor that sector. If you're here, let me know. Don't be shy. Somebody else sent you here for another type of support explanation. By all means, this is why we are here, and give Barry a break midday. Barry's trading his own account, and he's doing the best he can to answer questions and engage, but this is the hour, the 12 o'clock Eastern hour, where somebody different from Trade Ideas each day is going to come in and devote the entire hour to the questions panel. Whatever you guys want to see, talk about, learn, scan, create, build, we'll do. So, you know, we talk to a lot of people in support, and they say, hey, can somebody call me? I need to figure out how to create a scan. And it's just not how it works. There's not much we can do on the phone with you guys. It's a visual aspect. So, I mean, we ask for, you know, a little bit of help. Come to the middle. Buy a lottery ticket if you want to try and get in the game, so to speak. But yeah, come to these sessions and let us help you. Don't be shy. There's no question that's unaskable, because there's probably somebody that's sitting there wanting to know what the answer is to the question that you might have just thought was a dumb question. Nobody cares. We're all newbies here, and that's the reason that we're helping people in this particular hour. So please don't be shy if you're lurking in the shadows and you want to know something. Sorry, guys. Stuart, hey, how are you doing? Having trouble taking trades that break out and chasing stocks. I always wait for the pullback when day trading. Yeah, Stuart, you're right. The market action right now rewards those who are a bit more contrary in their entries and exits. If you're chasing breakouts, it seems like those algorithms out there, they just know human nature is to want to wait for the herd to feel safe, wait for a breakout number. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's really nasty. It works for about 15 seconds and then it pulls back and you're red before you know it. But I often miss many of the high flyers. I'll say this, Stuart, the one that we were just talking about, that UCAR, a stock like this doing 49 times relative volume with 7 million in the float, this is, like I said, it's nutty. So these low float ones, you're probably going to have to chase them a little bit more. You're probably going to have to buy the breakouts in those. The bigger guys, the bigger volume, big cap stocks, they're the ones that can be a bit more tricky. But when these low float guys get going, and the day traders and the momentum and the Reddit groups and the Discord groups are all over these things, they go, and they don't give you much of a chance for a pullback. So, you know, I would only clarify saying it's a good practice to try to not, you know, get spooked out of breakouts. Again, I really wanted to buy this right here, and I'll explain why. I love stocks that gap up, come in, create kind of a bowl effect, and then go back to highs. That to me is a breakout that I trust. I like those, and I missed it. I didn't want to chase it because I felt like I was late. Patrick, do you typically use the closed V candle under the 10 SMA in order to decide? Yes, I wait for the closing candle, Patrick. I can't stand getting wicked out midday. So it's not easy. Sometimes you'll see a red body candle bleeding down through your moving average, but I want to wait until that closes, just like CXAI. I mean, literally yesterday, I gave CXAI this one benefit of the doubt. I gave it this one candle right there. But then once this candle closed, I said, I'm out of here. So that was that. I plan to sign up. Hello, Andy. I plan to sign up for the test drive and beginner, and I want to know how to do options. I saw a bullet point on entry and exit points. So what you'll see is, let's bring up the AI. You probably saw the AI, which everybody has access to. When you sign up, the first thing you can do is you can go to new docked channel bar. Docked means you're going to have a workspace. All right, this is a container window. It's blank until you figure out what you want to click into. So you start with the docked container window, channel bar, click Holly AI, and you will have a layout that is dedicated only to the real-time alerts that is called out by the AI. Now I'm going to close this container window, and I'm going to show you that I have this as a free floating window. All I did for that was just go new AI strategy trades. Strategy trades window. This will be available to everybody in the trade test drive. And so these will start each day blank. You'll see my Pacific Coast time. Entry times are all 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Pacific. They will come out long. CRDO was a breakout long, and this is the best one of the day. Let me just say, guys, don't expect the AI to spit out a winner every single time. It's kind of like going to the track. You're going to have a lot of tickets, and some of those tickets are going to be thrown away, but the ones that work, the ones you manage well, they pay for the rest. And a stock like this CRDO, you can see, is doing pretty darn well. Also, we noticed that the AI is kind of signaling that the long trades are working better than the short trades, right? Because these are sorted by P&L. And so what you're seeing there, Andy, is probably the click. When you click into a symbol, click into DocuSign, you'll see the AI entry, the suggested stops, all of that kind of stuff. There are other things you can do. Let me just type a random symbol in. I'll put in the NASDAQ. And we have this thing where if you call show smart risk levels long. So what this means is all of a sudden you have this little band here. It's basically saying, you know, based on the technicals, and I can see right there, it's using that kind of level as a pivot level. So it's saying if you bought QQQ right here, right now, we would suggest that maybe you use that as your stop. Okay, so that's another thing that you may have noticed. That's on the properties menu of the charts, smart risk levels. There's one more thing that you might want to pay attention to, and that is the brokerage plus. This is extremely important, I think, for new traders, especially since you got 2 weeks here to play around with live data. This is a simulated window. This is not real, but this is a tool designed to help people trade better. So there's a simulated buy there on Carvana, and it's been doing well. So I could highlight that trade and say sell half. Click that half button and watch what's going to happen here. You're going to see a sell tag. There it is. Sell. I sold half. And so you can start to see buy and sell tags on here. Let's say I wanted to buy Newmont. All right, I'm just going to pull up Newmont. I can buy it down here in the order entry panel, or we can show you over those 2 weeks how to set up the buy button. We click the buy, we click the order, we get the simulation fill. There's the buy. There's my position now in Newmont. I can't recommend this tool enough, Andy. Simulation trading over 2 weeks, you'll probably learn a lot about market, price action, entries, exits. You do it without wasting or risking any of your own hard-earned money. So please, Andy, come by 12 Eastern every single day during test drive, and you'll get a lot of information during this hour. We'll be here for you. Iris, now you're a swing trader, but can you think of a good setup for day trading? I can't think of a better setup for day trading other than the races. You know, again, you've heard me lament the fact that I missed UCAR earlier. UCAR was on the races. I wasn't watching. This is where the action is going to be. Action is going to be on the races. I can't sit here and create a scan and just say, go ahead and use this. It's going to work every day. I like this scan down here, but I know I've shared it with you. I know we've talked about it. The pullback to the 10 SMA, right? CMTL pulled back to the 10 SMA. So I have a scan that gives me that. ACTG just pulled back to the 10 SMA. It's actually breaking it. RDNT pulled back to the 10 SMA. That's a decent setup. So I mean, I'm happy to give you this, Iris, but there's no one right scan for day trading. What I'm giving you right there is just a concept. The scans of the races gives you the real-time updated action every single day. So don't lose sight of the races. Make sure that you have the top 10 showing on the right-hand side here so you can give yourself an automatic watch list. Yeah, there you go. It's right there for you. All right, let me check on a couple of my positions here. So I've got AG. Again, not selling it. I consider this to be day one. I've got a pullback alert right there just to let me know that it's getting close to that intraday. I don't want to see it break that. But at the same time, this is my target for tomorrow, perhaps. Maybe I can get up here to the 20 SMA on an oversold silver stock and just catch a day and a half bounce, and that's all I need. You know, after that, I'll take my money and reallocate it. HYMC, which was, like I said, the lottery ticket silver play. This is a meme stock, you guys. I'm not recommending this. I don't recommend anything, but for me, I decided if silver wants to get into gear, AMC bought a silver mine, and everybody knows AMC and GME. They're meme stocks. They can come to life at any moment. So if they just start discussing on Reddit, those people that are all into AMC and GME about how silver's doing great, we should be piling into HYMC. I'm just kind of trying to predict or get ahead of something like that. How do you have the ability to trade with Interactive Broker after the test drive? If you have an Interactive Brokerage account, Andy, you use the same configuration protocol here, the Brokerage Plus. But as you can see, I am connected to the Trade Ideas Simulated. For Interactive Brokers, we would have you go through Interactive Broker, through a Connect, and there's all kinds of settings and all kinds of things that really need to be done up front. We really don't recommend jumping right into live trading immediately until you've done some simulating and you've hooked up the account. So for that reason alone, during the test drive, we don't allow people to come in and just hook up their accounts to trade live. It's too much too soon. It's like a jet plane. We're literally saving you guys from yourself, but we will allow you to use the simulator to try and work out some methods and some confidence and some ideas that that you can apply in real time. But the worst thing anybody can do is to come in and say, hey, I saw you guys on the internet. I just want to, buy your software and then go play golf and then come back. How much money am I going to make at the end of the day? I mean, you won't believe how many people come in every day and ask that question. And we don't sell them the excitement on it. So some IONQ news, the berries just flashing. A notice of allowance for its patent. Yeah, okay, interesting. Probably already priced in there. Thanks, Barry. Doesn't look like it's doing too much at the moment. It's actually well, maybe it is. I'll buy a little bit. I bought some. I'm in. Let's see what happens. And I'll just give myself a mental stop right here. If it wants to trade back down to this level, I'll reconsider it. How's that? All right. Looks like we're caught up on questions. Let's do a sim buy on this too. So we go buy, sim. I might have to raise that price a little bit. And there's the fill. Now we have a sim buy on that one as well. Andy, the charts I have on the screen are the two time frames in which I feel most comfortable. Let me give you a cleaner look at them here. It's the daily and the 15-minute. Okay, here's the S&P 500 on the daily. Very strong chart. 10-day moving average, 20-day, 50-day, 200-day, all fanned out perfectly. You'd be crazy to be shorting this market right now because the footprints in the sand are telling you don't. Over here is my 15-minute. So every candle is a 15-minute candle. And this is kind of my bread and butter window time frame to gauge entries and exits intraday. But this is the 10 SMA. So that's a moving average of 10 candles. And this one's it's a moving average of 5 full days. So it's 130 candles, but it shows up on my 15-minute time frame. And as you can see, look how the SPYs came back, S&P came back yesterday, and they found support at this level. So that's a level of interest to me. It's just nothing more than a 5-day moving average, but I like to keep an eye on it. So that news has any thing. One of the things you can do when news comes out is say, all right, what's going on here? Are people buying into this? 5-minute volume, normal. 1-minute volumes is kind of normal. So, maybe this is priced in, maybe it's not, but I'll tell you that's still a nice looking daily chart. Really, really good consolidation, kind of a rising wedge there, if you want to call it that. Just for fun, let's look at these some of these simulated trades I had and assume I'm managing them in real time. Okay, so this RETA has made some money, but it's broken below its moving averages here. Now it's below both, both of these. So, maybe I would just say, RETA, you've done your job. I'm going to flatten you. Flatten button, sells the trade, books it. That one's done. IONQ, we just bought that. Carvana, bought that a couple days ago. Sold half up there in front of you guys earlier. Again, these are just simulation trades, but this is the kind of thing that new traders really should be taking advantage of to try and get a feel for how and what's going to happen, if you start trading real money. So Andy, that's really the only difference, daily and 15-minute. Now, Barry will use a 5-minute. A lot of day traders will use 5-minute. That's just too much time. That's a fast time frame for me. I slow things down and try and keep an eye on them in a different time frame. And the 15-minute just serves me just fine. See, we're still well above here on this 5-day moving average, but just getting a little back and forth here. Hopefully they don't sell the news on this, and I'll wind up just taking a small cut. No, great question. Andy's asking. So new users, when you create an account, that's the account you're always going to want to use. If you cancel and come back, because your settings will be saved. They're actually saved on your local machine, believe it or not. In the documents setting, we have a trade ideas folder that's always going to be there, and that's where your layout is pulled from. We also have the cloud save setting mode. So, you do a backup copy in the cloud of your entire layout. So after the test drive is getting close to ending, Andy, you're going to have a layout and some tools and some things that you've created. You'll save that, and it will always be there for you as long as you sign back up under the same user email account name. We'll keep that for you. Happens all the time. People take a break, they come back, and their layout and their tools are there waiting for them. Would love to see this HYMC do something crazy. Oh, my charts are starting to slow down a little bit. All right, looks like we're all caught up on questions. Bottom of the hour. Whatever you guys would like to talk about, we can do. Yeah, that's a big number for the silver futures at 24. I hate looking at SLV. All right, I'm going to change reset connection and see if I can goose my speed a little bit here. So as far as the SLV goes, yeah, we're running right into prior resistance support and also the declining 20. Could get interesting here. Looking at the dollar, obviously we need this to continue to grind lower. So yeah, dollar did a fake out. The dollar tried to get people long on the UUP above the 200-day moving average. As you can see, last time that happened, it was rejected. Faked them out again with yesterday's reversal, and now we're well below the 200-day again. So this could be the beginning of another dollar slide. We'll see. And that, of course, would be good for precious metals and whatnot. All right, guys, since we are caught up here, give me 1 second. I'm going to refresh the coffee. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Patrick, I find the Buffaloes are probably the best value. I like those. can't understand why somebody would pay so much for the Eagles. All right, Stuart. SDA. Let's take a look at SDA. Bought the breakout 10 minutes ago, went up, got halted after resume got stopped out. So let's look at, here we go. I'm going to draw a line. So everybody, including the algorithms, are looking at this level. And everybody thinks that, hey, as soon as it takes out this level, we should have follow through. But what we get instead a lot of times, and there it is a false breakout that just becomes reversed upon for whatever reason. That is it's what we see out there a lot. Now, I will also tell you this in this particular case, Stuart, buying a breakout in a tight consolidation range is probably a lot more constructive than buying a breakout after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strong days. Eventually it's going to run out of steam. So, that's the kind of breakout back there I'd be more interested in on a stock like this. I'll draw it even easier. You look back, and if this is on your radar and you see that right there on this day starting to break out through those highs, that's a tight range. But now to expect follow through after a giant range yesterday is a tough one. You almost have to expect that they're going to do that. Now, let me add to that, Stuart. Let me say that, let's say I was in this stock and I've been in for a day or two. Guess where I'm putting my sell orders? Right above the breakout. I'm going to use that dynamic to my advantage to book a profit. I do that all the time. When I'm looking for something to continue to make new highs and I'm in it and I'm cheering it on, once it takes out yesterday's high or a key level, I'm taking some off. Not all of it, but some of it. So here's a brand new trade. It's a short. FLME just came out. Oh, I don't like that. Let me explain why I don't like that. I wish the AI would not call out something as thinly traded as this. So even though it called it out, it's still satisfying its parameters, but there's still a lot of discretion that, the human trader has to look at and say, yeah, you know what, that one looks a little thin. All right. TJ subscribed to AL Test Drive. Can I use the feature without the need to connect to my broker? So TJ, what you're going to want to do is, you're going to use what we call the Brokerage Plus. Now, it's not live trading. There's going to be no live trading connected to your broker during test drive. There are just too many people trying to figure out how to use the program, let alone try and connect real money and put risk on the table with something they've never used before. This is a jet plane. Therefore, when you do the test drive, come on in, select brokers, trade ideas, simulated account, connect. And from here, you can trade. You can use the order entry panel. A next step, and I'm going to suggest this, by the way, during test drive, if somebody wants to get setup on their buy and sell order buttons. See the buy and sell here, like on Carvana. You can do one-click buy and sell buttons. I hear Barry.
Yeah, I'm confused.
What are you confused about?
I thought they could use Brokerage Plus to trade, just not auto trade. I thought they could.
I don't know if we're going to be doing a live connection to Interactive Brokers, though.
I hadn't heard that. I thought they could use Connect, but they could just excuse me, they just couldn't auto trade. We better get that clarified during the marketing
we'll get
meeting.
that clarified. We'll get that clarified. I don't know.
I've not heard that before.
Okay. Let me put something out there. Let's try and get an answer on that.
And by the way, I know you talked about my using I actually don't really use a 5-minute chart. I'm just like you. What you see, the 15 daily and weekly, that's what I use. I do have a 5-minute chart of another service that I glance at for another reason, but I basically just use a 15-minute chart to trade. Just like you, Steve.
Well, that's flattering.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't mean to confuse TJ or anybody, but let's see what the consensus is. Let me try it in a different channel because I bet Chris Farley knows. Okay.
Chris says you can, yeah.
I stand corrected. Okay, so you can live trade, but not auto trade, meaning you can't hook up to the AI, and I don't believe you can hook up to your scanners either. But you can execute buy and sell orders using our Brokerage Plus. Now, that being the case, if you want, TJ, if you're going to want to go live trading and use this skin, as we used to call it, to interface between Interactive Brokers and what you see here, IONQ. Okay, so there's the trade I took, and now it's not working. Great. The setup you're going to want. I mean, obviously, you can come in here and you can say, I want to buy 400 IONQ. I'm going to buy 400 IONQ at the market, send the order, and there it is. Okay, that's one way to do it. That's the easiest way. You're going to have to throw some switches and some settings and some ports, but we've got videos and tutorials for you on the AWS setup menu. And once those are connected, this order entry panel will work. And like I was saying, if you want to take it to the next level, you can go to what we call strategies. Okay, so in the strategies window, this is where you can just say, buy 100 shares at the market, buy $5,000 worth at the market, sell this. And so you've created a strategy. In this case, edit default trading strategy. I'm buying $10,000 using a limit price. Order details, risk management. I'm going to put like a $1.50%, 1.5% offset. And so that is essentially my chart instruction. So when I come in here and I say buy, when I click buy, it's using those instructions. So that'll be the next step, that you'll want to set up. And that's why, for 2 weeks, we have this setup. Damn it. Never should have taken that trade. I don't like trading live when I do this. Anyway. So yeah, that news in IONQ was obviously priced in. No big deal. Nobody cared. Give me a little bit of a paper cut there. All right. Who's the chicken and who is the egg and who came first? I have no idea. That's a good question, Brian. The chickens in the Garden of Eden. Unless you're asking me some sort of other metaphorical question, I don't know. Doji, do I have a scanner that has multiple time frame alignment? 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15, so when you go to our configure, let's say you want consecutive candles. That's a good example to try, right? Consecutive candles in a row. Well, do you want 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, or 60 minute or daily candles in a row? So this is kind of a good example here, Doji, of how, yes, we do have the ability to allow you to filter in different time frames. Thank you, IONQ. All right, let's look at some of my other holdings here. Rum is holding up on the daily. AMC, the lottery ticket silver play, holding okay. This is an investment, not a trade. Beat's looking decent there on the intraday 15. And then AG hopefully is holding up. All right, so now we're at that inflection point here where I really would like to see AG hold. I don't need to trigger that. I would really like to see AG hold this moving average right there. If it doesn't, that's okay. Still kind of a 2-day swing trade in my mind. So what I got here was a signal candle. It was holding these moving averages just nicely and then close below, get out. Don't even ask questions. Not interested, especially after a news event. You get to sell the news type event and you're just shaking your head. All right, we're caught up on questions. Unless Brian's question is a bit more esoteric than I realize, I don't have an answer for the chicken and the egg. I would imagine the chicken, because chicken has to make the egg. Goes Carvana across the races, no pun intended.
But where did the chicken come from?
I don't know. A magic Harry Potter's magic stick. I don't know.
Classic though. I mean, that one has been around for decades.
But the tree falls in the woods and nobody's there to hear it.
Exactly. They'll I think they're called bromides, they'll never die off.
Flat Earth.
Oh, Steve, no, that's a different one. That's a different one. That's a Looney Tunes one. Assuming nobody's listening.
Yeah, I am not in the camp of the flat Earth, just so you know.
Oh, you're not? I thought maybe you had been convinced.
No, there is no
Thank you,
convincing.
Steve.
I've tried to convince the other side and I can't.
Oh, no.
All I get are questions in return.
Yeah. No, it's impossible. Hey, listen, it's 12:50 now. If you do want to take off, you can.
I've got to run. Yeah, TJ, I use the VWAP strategy. What would you suggest for a near VWAP scan? The filters for VWAP scans or SMA scans, I'll use like a bracket. So maybe, a -0.1% to a +0.1% max just kind of gives you that envelope around that area to watch. But I don't really have any scans that use anything related to VWAP. But
I actually have one.
Okay. Well,
not a scan. It's a top list window. Okay.
Okay.
That's going to show you. So I can give that to you.
Perfect.
Right here, TJ. Okay. And this is going to show you stocks, and you can make an adjustment, of course, to the price range you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want, but it basically is showing you stocks that are near the VWAP. Okay.
Sure. You and Barry completing each other. Did one of you copy the other, or is it the best 15? Oh, Brian's asking about, okay. So the chicken and the egg on the 15-minute chart. Did I convince you or were you always there?
Oh, I see. No, I had no idea what you were doing, so I think we did this independently.
And our own.
Yeah,
Okay. It happened through the ether, through osmosis.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. I used to listen when I started out trading many years ago. I only had a 2 minute chart. I had a 2 minute chart, and that was it. I mean, I didn't do it, and all day long.
Mhm.
I didn't have a daily, weekly, monthly. I had no other time frame, and that's how I was not taught exactly, but that's what I thought everybody did.
Yep.
And but years ago, I went to a 15, and I never looked back.
Yeah, the market got noisy. It kind of forced me to do the same thing, to go to a 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, UCAR is trying to consolidate again, but who knows? It's getting late in the day. I don't know how much.
Well,
How
I
much?
think that's what's going to.
237%. I don't know.
I think I'm waiting. I took that trade on the 10 break. I'm out of it now, but I'm going to wait for an 11 break later on in the day. I firmly believe. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but if it does, I'll probably be right back into that trade.
All right, Barry.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm going to take off and grab a break, quick, and I'll see you later.
Okay. Okay. Bye bye.
We're gonna go talk about charts in the dev meeting.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Please. I know that's.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Everybody, I'm now back. I'm now back. Let me just get rid of my announcement. Oh, the UCAR. I was just saying to Steve, I did take that UCAR on that 10 break. I'm out of it now, of course. But I have an alert set, well, I guess over 11. I mean, if this takes out 11 later on in the day, I'd love to see it later. I don't want to see it right now. Maybe 2 o'clock-ish or so. I mean, it may not happen, but I think if it does, I think it could have another run in it. The next high looking left is so it's 1076 is that high. So the next high looking left is way up here at 37. Again, we're not saying it's getting there, but that's what, in my opinion, that's what traders are looking at. This is a daily chart, so they're just looking at what happened that day, and then of course the previous day when it got up to 75. So, and man, oh man, did I ever? Yeah, the MDU, I should have kept in it. I should have kept in that MDU. That just kept moving down, down, down. As a short. I was in this as a short. I got out of it early. Credo guys, I've taken some profit now. CRDO, it's sort of butting its head up against 16. Okay, CRDO is butting its head up against 16. And so I've taken some profit. It got up to 1620 as it was moving down, right around that 16 level. I decided, okay, you better get out some. And now I'm just about ready to get out of everything. And let's see what else. Now, yeah, and thanks. The nice calls. Yeah, been a lot of nice calls in the room today. I mean, Real had PSTG, Shady, I think PVH. I'm sure I'm missing people there. I'm sure there were other good calls, but lots of nice calls in the room today. Boy, oh boy, that Carvana. No accounting for this. You know what I'm going to do here? I am going to add in an indicator, the 200-day. And you might say, well, you've already got it. You're right, I do, but I want to thicken it up. There we go. I'll just thicken it up by adding it a couple of times. All right, guys. I don't want to. Bitcoin just jumped. Okay, let's take a look at BITO. BITO. You're right. It just jumped. Look at Bitcoin here. ETF for Bitcoin. BITO just jumped. You're right. How's Mara doing? Let's take a look at Mara. Yeah, okay, Mara's positive, and it's putting in that green candle also that I just don't like trading. Look how look how choppy this is on a daily chart for Mara. Look at the last since April 20th. Okay, look at what's happened to it. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, chopping, topping tails, bottoming tails. I'm not a Bitcoin player, so it doesn't really interest me, but I know obviously there were a few who are. Oh, UCAR. Well, there's the highs up here. There's my areas of interest, 1130. Man, oh man. That's why you wait. Look at that. What a drop. And it's going to get halted on the way down now, guys. UCAR is getting halted on the way down. Look at that. I mean, it almost got up to my to the price alert. Almost got up to the price alert, but that price alert is still blue. And again, that's a tremendous example of why I don't anticipate something happening. I wait for the alert, and if it happens, great. If it doesn't, but look what that saved me. Now this is a big, big drop down. 968, 850. Hopefully nobody's in this or got trapped. Wow, Dak makes his once a month appearance. Mm. And now he's good night. Okay. Credo still is alive here, guys. Okay, I do have some left. I was waiting to see if it was really going to take this out, but it do have some left. We still got a ton of room. 1945. Yeah, I was seconds away. Well, had it taken that out, I was seconds away from getting into UCAR again. Well, you know what? I mean, I think the market's probably helped this PSTG. I know it's an earnings play, and I always talk about how the earnings plays trade on their own. But this is, I mean, this has really been a strong trend all day long, along with the market. Now, it may have done this even if the market hadn't had this strong trend, but probably hasn't hurt. And still has 36 as the high. But I still have my alert. I mean, it may come back. I don't mean on this candle here it may come back later on in the day. So You know what, Shady? I'm just going to get rid of that. Okay. I don't need any more. I don't need any confrontations today. Okay. I know what you're trying to say, but I just don't need any confrontations today. All pop. MGOL. Let's take a look at MGOL. Yeah, low float. Well, it got right to that high here, which is 130, literally to the penny. So that high of today matches that high of May the 17th, 130. Guys, you know what? AI now is starting to challenge, I think it's starting to challenge the VWAP 3384. Yes, look at this. AI is starting to challenge the VWAP. So UCAR resumed. Did it utterly collapse? No, not utterly collapsed. Not yet, anyway. 99 million shares have traded, okay, with a 7 million float, 7.4 million float. A relative volume 49 for UCAR. I just don't know if this is over. I mean, if it can take out that high later, I think we could have another. I think we could have another run. Well, I don't know about shorts because there's not that many brokers that have shorts for UCAR. Yes, Questrade in Canada, okay, but there's not too many brokers that we did a survey earlier. Certainly, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, Schwab, and I don't count Centerpoint because not too many people have Centerpoint in this room, I don't think. But I mean, I can't tell you exactly other than insane profit taking, perhaps. Oh, really? I didn't know that. E-Trade is zero, but Fidelity has 12,000. Interesting. Okay. But the thing is, though, there's just not a lot of shorts available. 12,000 shorts, not a lot of shorts. So it's not like there's millions and millions of shares available to short this one out there, which would put, super downward pressure. But hey, guys, I have a feeling that, let me just see if I can click on an alert somewhere. No. Well, there's the VWAP, guys. So far, anyway, the VWAP held AI. So far, 3384 is the VWAP, and it got down to literally almost to the penny, right to that area. So far, it's holding. I don't think this is over, though. I honestly don't think UCAR is over. I mean, I'm just looking the way it reacted out of that halt. And you would have thought, okay, that is really over, but I'm not 100% convinced it's over. But it's got to get back way over. It's got to back up to about 11:20 for me to get interested in it. Okay, guys, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to do my video now. Get it out of the way. There is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm going to do my video now. What time is it now? 1:07. So okay. So I'll be muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. And boy, that Credo just is unstoppable right now. CRDO, unstoppable. Yeah, just ignore it, Shady. I mean, it's not like he's coming in every day now and doing that. I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why it gets you so mad. Just sort of ignore it. I mean, I don't even know why you're bothering. Okay. If a bunch of people start yelling, okay, fine. But I mean, just ignore it. I agree with you. I understand what you're saying, but just ignore it. Move on. Well, guys, I mean, Credo now. Yeah, I did take some off, at that 16 level, and I was all set to dump everything right about here if it had broken down through probably the 1580s. But it surprised me, came right back up. And again, it still has that room, 1948 on the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to happen, of course, but still has the room. Great. That's 11.5% right now from the initial alert. I didn't, I would never take this trade right here at 1475. I was too close to the whole number for me. Hey, the SDA got halted and then it dropped after the halt. This one of the other traders at Trade Ideas mentioned this one earlier. Wow, MGNI. Whoa, look at the room it's got. 1425. It's not an earnings play. So they did have some news. Banijay Wrights collaborates with Magnite and SpringServe to power fast monetization. Okay. I don't know anything about this company. I've seen it, but I don't know anything about this company. You know what is sort of being a little active right now is the QSG. The QSG, a little bit of activity. 1172 is the VWAP, so it's got that to contend with. I mean, it's still up 30%. It's an earnings play. It got up to what 1471 in the pre-market, very low float. You know what? I'm going to stick an alert around 12 just to see if it takes out 12 later on. Guys, I showed you this, I think, the other day. This is an interesting presentation, okay, of the earnings plays up versus the earnings plays down. The reason I kind of like this is because this is showing me stocks that they could still be down for the day, but moving higher, like Macy's. So like rebound. Well, this is now positive, but it was showing me it here and here and here while it was still negative. Vasco is probably a good example. VSCO, it is still way down for the day, but it'll show it here, you know, compared to the other earnings plays that I normally have, which is earnings plays down, meaning the stock has to be still down, has to be down for the day. But we could see an earnings play down, something in red, stock could be still very positive, but moving down, if that makes sense. I shared this the other day. If anybody's interested, I can pass it on. It's just a different presentation way of presenting it. It's a compare count window. Well, here's the deal, Shady. Yeah, it was amusing, but if he'd stuck around, all of a sudden we could have got into a flame war between you and him, and I just don't need that. Okay, that's the reason. You just don't need it. Al is another earnings play I'm not too familiar with. Is that Caleres? Yeah, Caleres. Not very much volume, but another one trying to come back after being beaten up many, many days in a row from 23 down to 17. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm talking to our developers. All right, guys. So again, talking to our develop now. Look at this, guys. I mean, this market has just ripped for about 2 hours, and now just sort of consolidating a little bit at that 420 level on the SPY. No drop yet. No giant red candle to wreck everything. Okay, UCAR may be done. Okay, I'm just looking at UCAR right now. It may be that may be all she wrote. Okay, so she took the AI. The AI is over the VWAP. It's that VWAP held 33.88 held. I'm not in it, but the VWAP held so far. This is the confusing one for me, this VCIG. Maybe tomorrow, this news, a little bit more traction. But I mean, it's gone negative. It's actually gone negative. So something's wrong. I mean, you can't tell me. I mean, something's wrong. Either this is a complete fake, because this has 2 million shares in the float. They say they're engaged as a consultant for $130 million US. Okay. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen any other terms and conditions of this, whether it's over 100 years or. But I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it popped up in the pre-market up to 411, but it's actually gone negative now. So I think you probably have to dive into this press release a lot more. This is just a headline that I got, and maybe try to figure out, well, why is this massive sell-off if that truly is the news? Rika, TRKA. Haven't seen that one for a long time. And we know why. That's because it 25, 25 to 1. Oh, like a penny stock, like a 1 cent stock. $0.10 stock, sorry, 10-cent stock. So, yeah, man, don't tell me we're gonna have to start watching these ones again. These reverse splitters. Haven't seen one do this. Certainly not the day of for a long time. Maybe we'll be back into that cycle again, where we'll get all these reverse splitters doing some crazy stuff. Not usually the day of though. Usually it takes a day or two. Maybe they pump out some kind of a press release, but I don't see anything on this other than as Cam pointed out, a 1 for 25 reverse split today, effective today. All right, guys, let's see, 128, so about half an hour in a marketing meeting, and not really seeing too much right now. I'll look left on this one. 397 is the next high, and then after that, 414. Yeah, that's a big run already. Whoa, Leanne. Okay, well, first of all, welcome. Now, when you say you're just getting started day trading, um, does that mean you're a new trader also, or you've been swing trading for a long time? The reason I ask is that you might want to take a look at this course. All right, so you still might want to take a look at this course. I mean, I don't know, how much you traded. You say you've been trading for less than a year. You might want to take a look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna say that obviously, but trade paper, trade paper, trade paper, paper trade, paper trade, paper trade. If you click on my homepage link that I just, okay, so you're actually trading paper trading on IB. You're not using our simulator then. You're hooked up to IB's paper trading, or you're using our RB, are you using our paper trading from within Brokerage Plus? Okay, so you're actually using IB's paper trading. I mean, nothing wrong with that. We don't support it though, really. So if you have problems, we have our own paper trader, real-time paper trader from within. So you don't even need a broker. But you know what? If you're happy paper trading using IB, fine. If you do click on my homepage link, you'll see that one of the things we do have is this trading 101. You may want to take a look at that. Okay. You don't have to start right from the beginning. Like the first video is what is a stock, but you might want to take a look at that. I think there are about 30 videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and you might gain a little more insight about looking at candlestick patterns, different time frames, things like that. Otherwise, yes, as Hall said, paper trade, paper trade, paper trade. Now, as far as there being a lot to learn, I mean, don't let Trade Ideas, the program, overwhelm you. Okay, you don't have to learn everything about Trade Ideas. You'll notice that in that link. Oops. If you go to the education section and then you look at the user guide, I mean, you might look at that and go, how can I possibly learn all that? But what I would be doing is making sure you completely understand what the alert window is, what a top list window is, the T, and I would take a look at the stock racing. Everything else, you don't have to learn right off the bat ever sometimes, okay? I would probably learn about price alerts, how to put a price alert on a chart. I think it's invaluable. I'll just demonstrate, for instance, if I wanted to put a price alert for Troika, I just right click. Well, first of all, I just position if you can see my pointer, see the dotted line moving up and down. Say I wanted to put a price alert at around $4. So I just position it there. I right click, create price alert. And if that's the price I want, which says 402, otherwise I can just change it, of course, and then I save it. That's it. You can put a note in. I typically don't put notes in, but if you want to put a note in, you can. But I just like to do it quickly, and I save it. And then there's a blue line on my chart. And if it triggers your price alert window will, give me a moment. Price alert window will pop up on your screen. Okay, you minimize it, and it'll pop up on your screen, so you will not miss it. And you see it. It looks like it. Well, let me put it just a little bit higher. See if we can get this thing to. No, it might trigger. So if I minimize this, you're going to see that price alert window will pop up on my screen. You can't miss it. I'm sharing a lot of my scans also. So, if you don't want to start, if you don't want to build your own scans from scratch, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. You might want to take a look at the scan section in that link, my homepage link. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on doc channel bar, these are all theme based. Again, you don't have to learn everything, but these are theme based. If I click on the show more, for instance, there is a momentum channel. So these are all, if you click on all these different channels, you'll see we have scans that we've created. So you don't have, there's the Troika right there. Okay. And if you ever want to know what a scan is looking for, my scans or any scan you see here, you just click on that, right click the chart or right click the window and then click on configure. and then click on summary. A little bit slow. Let me do it again. Right click, configure, and click on summary. It tells you, in English language, what is this scan looking for? So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, volume is at least 100,000 shares, and this gives it the momentum. This is why it's called a momentum scan. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. There you go. See how the troika? See how it just popped up on my screen? So you cannot miss a price alert. You just minimize that window, and it'll pop up on your screen, and it'll show right if you sort on the trigger time column, so that you'll see it right at the top. Anyway, this is what gives us the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, that's why we see troika over and over again. Okay, that's an example of a scan. Now, you have to have your own trading style, of course. Maybe you're not wanting to be a momentum trader, as an example. And I'm talking just in general to anybody listening. You have to figure out your own style of trading. I happen to like momentum trading. Stocks near the high of the day or near the low of the day. But a lot of people don't like that. They'd rather wait for a pullback to maybe a certain moving average, maybe to the VWAP. There's all sorts of different styles of trading. That's why it's good to practice trading in our simulator or whatever simulator you have to figure out, what style do you like? You won't know until you practice. I didn't know that I wanted to be a momentum trader. I didn't know what that even meant. But over, a lot of years of doing this, that is kind of what I like to see. Doesn't mean I will never take a pullback trade, but I certainly don't concentrate on that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the CGTX. I mean, you can just see see the volume burst? Look at the volume burst right there. That's what's giving it the momentum. This is a 15-minute chart, but I mean, if I looked at a 5, I'm sure I'd see a big, giant, 5-minute volume burst. The other thing, if you were a premium subscriber, I would look at, like, the AI is, for me, it's a watch list. Okay. I don't care about, I use it like a watch list. I don't take every trade. Some days, some weeks, I don't take any trades. Nothing sets up for me. But the CRDO, talked about that earlier. I actually did short the OKTA earlier. Made a little bit, but the CRDO made a lot of sense to me when I saw it appear on this list. Why? Because when I see something that looks like this, for me, for my style of trading, when I look left on a weekly chart and I see a ton of room that it could go to until it hits that next high, I absolutely want to take a really hard look at the alert that you get. That's my style of trading. And I actually took a small loss on it the first time. But I got right back in it when it hit. I was saying to people, if it got back up. See, remember when I got into this trade, they actually went down to 1493. I was out before that. And then I said, well, listen, if it gets back up to that 1518, 1520 level, I want to know about it. That's when I put my price alert. It popped up on my screen. I took a look. I said, okay, do it again. And it's all because of the room it had. When I talk about room, I'm not saying it's going to get up to this, but at least, you can take out chart resistance as one reason why a stock won't keep moving higher. Obviously, a lot of other reasons why it won't keep going, but at least I like to take out that out of the equation, chart resistance out of the equation. All right, I've been asked to Ivan or Ivan. It's either Ivan or it's Ivan. Oost. Oh, I'm going to try this one. Oosthuizen. Oosthuizen. How's that? This is somebody in our YouTube room. Um, Asking me to take a look at GSIT. And this has been something that's been on a lot of people's radars. Low float, 17 million in the float. Had a huge move, of course, a few days ago, couple of weeks ago, I guess. Then it pulled all the way back down. So let's take a look on the weekly chart just to see what sort of. So we're at 717 now. The next high looking left is 731. When did that happen? So that's 2 years ago. I mean, do you if you know if a person if you think 2 years ago could block it, hard to know. It's just a little too extended for me right now, but I mean, and also if personally, I would not be taking this trade just because of that. Because that 730 is. I mean, I know it's 2 years ago, but that's just me. And actually, if you look 2 weeks ago, there's a high of 730, so that could stall it also. Could stall it, doesn't necessarily mean it is. Now, is there any specific news for it? I don't see any specific news for it. All right, guys, still hanging on to the credo. Let's see, as long as it holds 16, I'm still relatively happy with it. Of course, I'm in way earlier, but I've already traded some of it out. That's at the 16 level earlier. Guys, so things have slowed down finally for me a little bit here. So what you're seeing here, by the way, this is this KOPN. Took 500 shares yesterday in the simulator and still hanging on. So again, if you want to practice swing trading using our simulator, you can do so. Just don't, if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. They must have just come available. SDA shorts available. They Yeah, wow, 91,000 now. So there's been quite a bit of short covering because earlier with Interactive Brokers, because they've become available. This is an ugly 15-minute chart. Look at that, topping tails and bottoming tails. Well, they have been available. Okay, I really didn't look. I think I looked in the pre-market. I didn't see any. It's scary to short these, you know. I mean, it's scary to go long. It's scary to short. What, the SPAC, JWAC? It's not showing up in any one of my scanners. So let me see. Oh, it is showing up here. Okay, on the yeah. So you know what's probably happening. I think they were probably looking to acquire a company, and maybe now it's off again. I think they were doing another vote. Probably let's see, occurred. Was it- Yeah, they were looking to merge with this company called ChiJet. This is on the 24th. Okay, this is not new news. This is on the 24th. So the closing conditions have not currently been satisfied, and there's no assurance that it will happen prior to liquidation. So, you know, with all these SPACs, there's usually a liquidation time. And so if a merger doesn't happen, then they have to liquidate and give whatever money is left back to the initial shareholders. So it's possible. But we saw this before. We saw this, a couple of days ago, on the 24th, actually, when they put that announcement out. Maybe now what we don't see is maybe it is completely off. Now, this is on the 25th, a correction to the article. Oh, I see. There was an article that said the merger had closed. Okay. So anyway, I don't see any new news on this, but when something like this happens and it's a SPAC, it may be that, that's it. Hmm. There were shorts too. 142,000 shares. Interesting. Yeah, the uranium stocks just went. How's that URA? I mean, that was just ripping earlier. ETF for energy for uranium, just ripping earlier. Yeah, a little pause, but now it looks like a little bit of a continuation. And of course, CCJ. My guess is CCJ will look almost the same as this. So let's see if I'm right. CCJ, of course, is a huge uranium producer out of Canada. I don't know if it. Yeah, look at that. Basically, URA is CCJ. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Hey guys, give me a moment. That's 1:50. I'm going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes, okay? So let me just put that announcement in. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. Let's see. Looking at yeah, this AI could be interesting later on in the day if it really a lot more enthusiasm comes back into it. It's still holding the VWAP 33.91. If it takes out that high up here, 37.34, I know that's up far away, but it could have a shot to get back into the 40s, which would be unbelievable. It's still down 14%. Released earning, excuse me, released earnings after hours yesterday. Well, JWAC, this looks like it's done. I mean, this is going to be just dissolved. We've had 3 days like this though. This was on the May 2nd. This was May 24th, and now today, giant red candles down, and then big recovery. So meanwhile, look at the market. The market kind of consolidated for about 1, 2, 3, 4, about an hour and 15 minutes. Kind of was just going flat for a bit, and now another big, as we speak, anyway, green candle forming. Reals PSTG continues to make new high. That's impressive. Impressive call, but also just impressive what it's done. I mean, we don't see too many of these days, these companies that release earnings that have just a tremendous trend like this. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm going to get ready for this marketing meeting. So just put my announcement here. All right, guys, I'm back. Meanwhile, here's another one that rebounded. Con, which was at an all-time low at this point right down here. CONN, another retailer that really rebounded along. So we had Macy's, we had Con. How did Nordstrom's end up doing? Yeah, look at all these retailers that bounced. Well, look at it. I'm looking at three of them anyway, and they're all looking the same. Let's take a look at XRT in general. Yeah, so XRT in general has had a bit of a rip going here. This is the retail ETF. Buck, haven't heard that for a while. Ooh, Lucid is just getting trashed here, guys. Almost a lifetime low. Did a $3 billion financing, and you're just getting hammered. I think the lifetime low is around 6 for Lucid LCID. Showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Well, now, CRDO, where is this going, guys? I mean, still has some room. 1946. I'm not saying it's getting that's $3. Be interesting to see this one tomorrow. It's an earnings play. Boy, ahead of earnings. A lot of bets were being placed that they would be, well, that's 2 weeks. That's last week. That's 2 weeks ago. Interesting this morning, though, there was a little sell-off this morning, and then all of a sudden it just took off, and that is the CRDO. Boy, Lucid is it should be interesting to see this one tomorrow. I mean, if it takes out 6, I mean that's the all-time low. They raised enough cash to last until 2025. Boy, look at all these prices that investors were getting into. Okay, guys, I'm actually on a new a new build now for our charts and for the program, and it appears they just gave it to me, and it appears that the big problem I was having has been fixed. And this, of course, is going forward. This is the build. Hopefully, that will be available to everybody for the test drive. It'll be on our website. Probably it'll be called the beta. The big problem I had was, trying to type in a symbol. I couldn't, the symbol change box was not popping up. Plus, I wasn't linked. Even though it said symbol linking was, but the timeframes didn't appear to be linked. So anyway, we're making progress. Yeah, so the question was, what is the blue arrow? Okay, so all that's telling you is don't worry, like don't mind what the direction is. The blue arrow just tells you the time frame that the alert happened at when you clicked on the alert. So if I clicked on a 5-minute chart, okay, there it is on the 5-minute chart, okay? So on the 15-minute chart, of course, this is 15 minutes worth of. These are 3 5-minute charts, so of course that's why the other one was just the one arrow on the 15-minute. It just tells you. So when you click on an alert, you click on any alert. If I click on MDU, okay, it's telling me at 1995, right there. That's where the alert happened. You can kind of track it back and see what happened. So it's got nothing to do with the direction, whether you're short or long it. Okay, it's just indicating the candle in which the alert happened. And depending on if you had a 1-minute chart up, you'd see the 1-minute candle it happened on. That makes sense? Here's the castle, CSTL, way back here. So actually, finally, Castle had, after a tremendous run down, it had a bounce, big bounce. That was a tremendous short and then a tremendous bounce. Back to my 15. So there it is right there. I did not. Did I reshort AAP? No, I did not. I know I talked about it in the pre-market, had about 4 or 5 downgrades, but too much else was happening. I was well, I'm glad too, way too involved with the UCAR. And then of course later on the Cardo, the CRDO. But that was a good one, no question. Look at Azul here, guys. Now this looks like it's coming into a resistance area. You would think maybe on a weekly chart. Lots of shares available, 1.2 million to short. Market's so strong today, though. Shorting is not. Even that the other one we just talked about, the Castle. I mean, it was a tremendous short, but almost an equally tremendous bounce. All right, guys, I'm now back. I know I might be dreaming, guys, but I'm still kind of keeping an eye on UCAR for a late day burst. Okay, I am just keeping an eye on this for a late day burst. I mean, it looks like it's found a bottom and around the 850 mark. Some volume comes in. I mean, look at the volume, 109 million, 109 million shares with 7 million in the float. And they did have a press release. I mean, something to do with Japan. Not that, it should have gone up 200% because of that press release, but it did. Could be UCAR. Could be UCAR Hall. UCAR Hall. You Speaking of UCAR Hall, look at what happened to U-Haul yesterday. Uh, mm, I'm never gonna it's premature. A moment, please. Yeah, I think, well, okay, SDA right now, not that it probably matters that much. SDA right now is underneath the VWAP, I believe. This is a uranium, yeah, uranium royalty. So this is another way to play uranium stocks, I guess. You can take a look at this one, UROY or URA. Oh, yesterday, yeah, with the SDA, you're right. All right, guys. Lucid. Oh, here's another one. DZSI. I've seen this one in the past. Another one, probably an all-time low. Do I have any idea how I can set alerts for a scanner on IBKR? Are you talking about the symbol or within IBKR? I'm not sure I understand, TJ. If you're asking me how to set an alert within Interactive Brokers for a symbol, I have no idea. I've never done it. If that's what you're asking, I'm sure there must be a way, but is that the question? If you're talking about, I mean, I guess IB has a little scanner if you're talking, but I have no idea if that's the question. Yeah, so I don't know if you're right. No, so I do not know how to make how to set an alert within Interactive Brokers. No, no idea. I've never done it. Probably, I mean, sure, there must be a resource. If you Google how to set an alert with, I mean, Interactive Brokers is so big. Maybe Pepe knows if he's still around, but I have no idea. Why do you want to do that? You don't, I mean, if you have trade, well, it's up to you, of course, but why do you want to make an alert within Interactive Brokers? Just out of curiosity. Man, oh man, this CRDO has just been another tremendous trend. I mean, we had a couple of maybe three red candles, and that's it since it took off from that 1515 level. So TJ, I'm sorry, do you have trade ideas? So you're using an Interactive Brokers scanner. Okay, I really can't help you. But you know what I would do? Just Google it. How to set a sound alert using Interactive Brokers. I mean, there's probably something out there. Oh, I see. So you've already tried. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. You've already done that. Well, maybe you can't do it. What I'm talking about, guys. I like this little, I like the presentation here. Earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. And it's just a crawl, like a lot of people, of course, are used to seeing a crawl of tickers all real time. Boy, that MDU, I should have kept that short. That was just, something that, I mean, they just knocked me out right there. That's it. No, right there, I guess. That knocked me out of the short. This is a compare count window. Okay, and with earnings plays up versus earnings plays down, anything up is in green. But the difference between how I normally would see this is that the stock could be down for the day, but if it's moving up, I'll see it, as a stock, as an earnings play up, moving higher. Okay, so even if it's down for the day, I will see it. Like here's one right here. I'm sure OKTA. Yeah, look at that. OKTA is down for the day. And the way I used to see this, the stock would have to be, I would never see this. I would only see it if it made a new low for the day. So it's an interesting way to look at stocks that are, trying to rebound. Or conversely, they could be up here. I don't see any red yet, but there have been some stock that is up and now starting to move down. So it's interesting to see earnings plays that are perhaps bouncing or topping out. And we're not in earnings season, as you know. So I mean, I don't know what I'll do with this during earnings season because this would just be going crazy. I would probably have to put some filters in to not see so many. Wow, look at, I mean, somebody asked earlier, do I use the AI? No, not extensively, but a watch list, absolutely. And look at, I mean, that's 14%. The rest of them are garbage, but CRDA, DO, it was just a huge, huge win. Right, guys. Well, it doesn't look like UCAR is going to do it. I think it's giving up too much, in my opinion. It might be giving up too much right now. AI, Susan, I'm sorry, big yawn. Very unprofessional. Yeah, AI had earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction. You can see the reaction. I was saying, if you probably weren't here in the pre-market, I almost took this. I almost took this as an earnings play. I said, you know what? Why don't you just take some, hold it through this earnings. You know, I never, ever, ever do that. And luckily I didn't. But when I first saw it, here's where it released earnings, that right here at 4:15, I guess. And it popped up. I thought, oh man, you know, this looked like it was going to go to 50. And then all of a sudden reality set in and it just absolutely crashed. Well, crashed. I mean, crash, you know, dropped 25%. And it's having, you know, it's trying to have a bit of a recovery day. But yes, it did. Uh, long-winded answer. Yes, it did have earnings yesterday after hours. Well, it was a very emotional ride because I was so I wasn't ticked off because my plan is never to take anything through earnings, okay? But I looked at that and I said, "Oh man," and then you know, ticked off, and then all of a sudden super happy that I didn't do it. Well, it's funny you say that because I saw a pop. I thought they were going to release at 4 o'clock or very soon after. Yeah, they must have been late. Like 4:15 is a little bit late. Because I was watching them really closely right at 4 o'clock and then 4:01, 4:02, 4:03, saying, what gives? And then I thought, okay, I actually thought that that was the reaction at 4 o'clock with that red bar, but no, it wasn't. News halt for Dell, okay? New York Stock Exchange halts Dell Tech with news pending. Okay. Dell has, you're right, Dell has earnings after hours. I wonder why they're halted. I haven't, you know what? I haven't looked at AMC or any of those things for a long time now. Yeah. So why did you say AMC earnings? Oh, after market close. Okay. Okay. You know, saw this Tigo early. Yeah. This was this saw this in the pre-market, guys. I did see it in the pre-market, but didn't really think too much of it. You know, I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's not a lot of volume. 340,000 shares and we're at 248. Yeah, it's two times normal, but that's not a lot of shares. The high, I guess it's a IPO from this day, and the high is 21.35. Believe it or not, that's where I'm going to stick on a price alert. Oh, I see what Pepe is saying. So you'd have to know the symbol that you want to set the alert for. But why? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why are you using an IB scanner? maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought you were a Trade Idea subscriber. Just don't know why would you be using an IB scanner? But maybe you're not a subscriber, which is okay. You can stay in the room. Speaking of which, guys, let's see. It's 2:49. I typically put myself on mute in a bit. So before I do that, though, the test drive. Still time to sign up for the test drive. Oh, I got that, JJ. It's just AMC, too used to seeing AMC as a symbol. Okay, guys, so here is the test drive. So you can still sign up for it. The test drive will start. Where are you? Right here. Test drive will start Monday morning. Monday morning. That's when you'll start getting live data. However, you'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes tomorrow. Okay. So you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday and then Saturday and Sunday. This will cost you $11.11. It'll run from the 5th, June the 5th to the 20th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. Okay, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our premium service, you can do the same. It will cost you $11.11. Okay. Now, again, you sign up right now. What you're doing is you're pre-registering. You'll get no live data until the 5th. Please don't harass our poor support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" It doesn't start until the 5th. Now, the other thing is this. This is fixed between the 5th and the 20th. Now, if you cannot make it for the full 10 days, of course, but maybe you can't make it on the 5th, you can start on the 6th. You'll get 9 days, okay? You will not get 10 days from whenever you start, so you know. But it's only $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from, and we don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. Now, if you do take the test drive, you must do this. This is not a request. This is a command. Okay. If you're going to take the test drive, take it seriously. I know it's only $11.11, but I will not have a lot of patience for somebody who comes in and says, I don't know what an alert window is, or I don't know what a top list window is. I mean, spend a little bit of time to understand what the program can do. It's amazing though. We get people who subscribe to the service, not just the test drive. Say, I just subscribed to the service. What does it do? I mean, I don't know what to say about something like that. But anyway, well, I know what to say, but it's not polite. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, if you want to take on a subscription right now, you can do so using that promo code. But here's the getting started that I talked about. Now, you can even do it right now. You don't have to be a subscriber. But when you do subscribe or take the test drive, this will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. But you can even do this right now. Introduction to scans. Here's a top list window and here's an alert window. These are very short videos. Okay. Now, Grumpus, you know, you know what? We only do this now maybe twice a year. So, first 3 days usually is fairly intensive in terms of asking questions, and I'll answer them all. I'll refer to the guide, but Elon Musk accused of insider trading by investors in, how is it pronounced? Dogecoin, 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 Stupid Coin. This Dell news could be interesting. Let's see. Has it hit yet? So there's a Tygo resuming, TYGO resuming. And halted immediately, maybe? Yeah, halt. Wow, look at this, guys. It's halted and it's going to take out this high. Maybe. So Tygo opened, TYG opened, and immediately was halted. Yeah, you don't see it here. Sometimes that happens. If a stock opens and then it gets halted almost immediately, it doesn't show up, but it's obviously halted again. Potential open at 21. Okay, 21. Now that doesn't have to be. Now that remember the all-time high is up here around 21.35. So you're looking for the one that might just scream at the end. It could be this one. I'm sorry, I must have been wrong. This, I'm sorry. That just resumed now. That was so Tygo just resumed now. I'm just gonna get rid of that Kiri, okay? It's not newsworthy in here. Wow, guys, so now this is halted. Now this is halted. This is halted. Wow, look at this. 25 now. TYGO. This is the crazy one. This turned into the crazy one. I did see this in the pre-market, but I didn't think much of it. And then, when it dropped down here, this actually went negative. Yeah, so trade swings, I think Real asked you to put that in general market talk, okay? And all that stuff, those musings in general market talk. Chicago receives a new rating from a top analyst. A top analyst. Must be an SA, a Seeking Alpha analyst. What an exciting day. Okay, well, based on that Elon Musk news, I don't know when that hit actually, but here we go. This is if you want to short Tesla, you can buy this TSLL, okay? And it's super cheap. Instead of having to short the stock, you can buy this. This is this creation. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. This is moving higher. I'm very sorry. This is the bull. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I just assumed because somebody posted that news that maybe Tesla was moving down. So yeah, I'm sorry. This is if you want to go long Tesla, TSLL. The other one is the TSL S TSLS. If you want to short Tesla, if Tesla were moving down as a stock, you could buy this. This is what I'm trying to say. I mean, you wouldn't short this, you would buy the other one, TSLL. I think that's a big fat nothing though. I mean, insider trading on the Doge. Hmm. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, he went to China and they loved him. They loved Elon. That's what I was reading anyway. No, Grumpus, don't fall into your old habits, okay? All right, guys, I am going to 3 o'clock. I'm going to put myself on mute. I am still here. If you have any questions, don't be shy. I will hop right back on the mic. Okay, I'm on mute now. Back on. So, Ken, what is the difference then between this one, TSLQ, and TSLS? Let's take a look at the volume here. 1 million shares, and TSLS. Let's see. This is about half the volume. So, but it's absolutely the same pattern, of course. Interesting. Ah, okay, okay. This is 1 times, and the other one is 1.5. Thank you. Thank you, Ori. Yeah, let's beat. Hasn't opened yet, though, right? Aha, here we go. So they're announcing early. Interesting. Beats. Wow, that's a big beat. That is a big beat. 130. Like how many shares? 247 million. I thought there might be a billion, but okay, that is a big beat. 131 versus 86. This is, it's nice, but that is a big EPS beat, 131 to 86. That is really. Now they did have almost a 20% decrease over sales, same period last year. But this little beat here, yeah, it's hard to know what's going to happen once this opens. I wonder when it's going to open. So I wonder why they released earnings early. The only thing I can think of is that they were afraid of a leak. Maybe they got wind that somebody was going to leak it early. That's the only, because it's very rare, especially like a huge company like this will do that. So Alex in our YouTube room is saying that it was leaked, or is this the leak? At any rate, it's out there now. And the market is, where is the SPY now, guys? I gotta check this out here. Boy, look at this SPY on the weekly chart. I mean, but the interesting thing to me is that when we looked during our pre-market work and we were looking at all the different sectors, I think 6 of the 9 sectors were below the 200-day moving average. And look at this, look at the SPY. I guess it's obviously tech weighted high. Okay. And so when you look at XLC communications, way above the 200-day moving average. And of course, XLK way above the 200-day moving average. So obviously the SPY, what's going on? Yeah, way above. So, I mean, we know the SPY is heavily weighted with tech and I guess communication stocks. So that's why. Can I just trade on stocks or index commodity currencies as well? Just stocks, Eric, just stocks. Question in our YouTube room. You know what? I may as well just stay on the mic until 3:20. That's when I will be taking off. It's too bad. I would have liked to have been able to take this trade when it broke above the high right there, the all-time high, but it well, it went too quickly. And I'm talking about the TYGO. So yesterday, this is the news for Tygo, delivers a data-driven solar fleet management for the Energy Intelligence Program, okay, or platform. When that news hit, a little bit of action yesterday, but nothing like today's. No, only U.S. stocks. I mean, we do. There's a way you can trade Canadian stocks, but no, only U.S. stocks. Arik, okay, just U.S. stocks, no India stocks. Yeah, so AI trading, I just explained also, okay. I mean, we don't allow, we used to, but we're definitely taking that option away, is to auto trade the AI, okay? It's really not how to use our AI, as we call it an AI. I use it like a watch list, and it gives me a bunch of symbols every day. And then I have some trade. Obviously, I have some trading. I shouldn't say obviously, but I have some trading experience. So when I click on a symbol that is generated from our AI, then I make up my mind: do I want to trade it or not? Okay. There's no auto trading. So, for instance, CRDO was one that showed up, and of course, it's an earnings play, so knowing that it's going to be active all day. But more important for me is when I look left and on that weekly chart, and I saw that huge potential void fill, that made it like a prime candidate for me to trade, which I did. Okay. Looking at some of the other alerts, no, not interested. So, it's really a matter of, what is your trading style? But as far as AI trading, like as a like auto trading, no. Let's see if Dell is indicating some kind of a price. Not really. I mean, there's the Hall price at 45.33. So I mean, it's the same. So it's hard to know. those are the last trades. So yeah, it's not like a normal, I don't know if news halts are different from volatility halts in terms of what the potential is. There you go. So William is telling us it won't indicate until it actually opens for quotes. Now, what time is it? 3:10. So I guess it'll open. It's got 50 minutes, 50 minutes to open during market hours. Could always open after hours, of course, but Ivy, why you do this to me? I'm just trying to see the actual news about why they did this. If they were afraid a leak was going to happen, and so they tried to beat it. But if you're Parikh, if you're interested in a real-time scanner for U.S. stocks, we are very good at that, getting real-time alerts on all sorts of different types of scenarios. The most common one that we use is, stocks making new highs or new lows of the day. But, you can set up virtually, well, you have to use, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So these are the real-time alerts that we have. So if a stock makes a new high or new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. But it's, pre-market highs, pre-market lows, pullbacks from highs. If you want new 5-minute highs, I mean, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got crossing over 200-day or 50-day, 20-day moving averages. Just on here, 10-minute consolidation. I mean, we got a lot of real-time alerts. You don't have to this is what I was talking about. Like a new 5-minute high, 10-minute high, 15-minute high, things like that. Does anybody have an opinion on five for earnings? Well, you know my feeling about it. And I don't have an opinion, I guess, on whether it's going to be good or bad. It's a retailer. I mean, retailers have been, hit hard. XRT. I know we had some nice bounces in some of the retailers like Macy's and Nordstrom's and I probably a couple of, well, XRT, the retail ETF, but I wouldn't be holding this for earnings. That's you'd be definitely bucking the retail trend, and it's been just, I mean, trading down, 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 down. Oh shit, thinking of shorting. Yeah, but are you talking about shorting through earnings, like holding it through its earnings release? I mean, yeah, I certainly, I will never do that. it's a gamble, right? You don't know. I mean, they could come out. I mean, look at American Eagle. American Eagle had earnings when? May 24th. Great reaction to it. There was a reaction right there. Now it sold off afterwards, but the initial reaction to it was an American. No, I'm sorry, was that ANF? Sorry, it was Abercrombie and Fitch. So there's a reaction. Okay, that they released earnings on the 24th. Look at that reaction as an example. So I just find it's too much of a. So Dell opened. Okay, so a little bit of a pop here. So I guess they're looking at that EPS beat 131, beats it by 46 cents. That's a huge beat. But you got to look at what else happened. I mean, they're down compared to last year, first quarter. But that is a huge earnings per share beat on a percentage basis. That's massive. Okay, so Ori is saying just compare Dollar General to five. I don't know. I don't think we have fives in Canada. I don't think so. So there's, if, so are they similar companies? I mean, I think of for Dollar General as a dollar store, but see what five does. Yeah, it look like cheap stuff, greeting cards, candy, snacks, under $5. Oh, that's why it's called five. Okay, so there might be a clue right there. Who asked the question? Trade wins or trade swings. So as Ori pointed out, if you think that five and Dollar General DG are sort of similar, look what happened to DG. Doesn't mean the same thing is going to happen, but now, oh, I see now. But you're thinking of shorting. I don't want anyone. I don't want to influence you. Just because DG did this doesn't mean that five will. I see now. All right, guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up. It's been quite a day. So there you go. So Shady would say long, even though DG was a great short. But yeah, I just don't do it. I just do not. And Big is in the similar space. Did poorly also. Okay. Anyway, guys, thank you for all the help today. Announcement in. Okay, so thanks for all the help. So the main room will open no later than 8 o'clock. So you can come into the main room and talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock for all the other rooms. Okay. And we'll do it all over again tomorrow. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. My pleasure, Jeffrey. So I'll be shutting YouTube down right now. See you guys tomorrow.